Ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, before we go do this, I had a random thought. It's something I forgot to show off. Oh, kill me, Noctis. So here's the bend of time. Do you get it? So the way this works, I'll talk to this person. This is the Bend of Time, a special battlefield where monsters travel across dimensions together. You can battle monsters you may have missed. So, you can go through here and fight all kinds of enemies from different regions as you've been going throughout the game in order to have access to them after you've passed that point, right? There's the list here. I guess it doesn't matter. Whatever. The main point and purpose of this is it's for Sprig. There's also some stuff you could steal here. But for those of you who don't remember, Sprig... So Sprig sucks. And it's mostly because you have to jump through a lot of hoops to get something that's not very good. Sprig is the closest thing we have to a blue mage in this game. She can kill... If she kills something, she has to get the killing blow, or someone with the Forget-Me-Not equipped, which we actually already have, gets a killing blow on someone, then Sprig now has that enemy memorized and can use her level 5 tech to turn into that enemy, which then turns her tech into level 1 tech, and gives her a grid based on whatever enemy she just defeated. Most of those enemies suck. And again, it's a fairly large amount of effort for something that's not very good. There's also a super optional boss fight here. Actually, yeah, Noctis, that's a great way to put that. I'm not actually sure. How do I... there we go. The time will come for that doorway to open. And that's all he says. Wow. Yeah, anyways, so that doorway doesn't open until New Game Plus. If it does, you gain access to a special fight, which is Ozzy, Slash, and Flea. If you defeat Ozzy, Slash, and Flea, first of all, you can get Flea's Vest, which is very good. But second of all, that gives you access to go do Specchio's quest. It's not Specchio, but like Specchio's quest. If you do Specchio's quest, you get the Dreamer's Sarong. The Dreamer's Sarong is an accessory that makes it so that when you start battle, you automatically start with all of your elements unlocked. So like level 8 element, instead of starting at level 0. There's actually plenty of places where that's useful. But that is an extraordinary amount of effort in New Game Plus to get an item. So... we're not doing that. Place the dragon tier here. The fort shall open itself up for me. It's funny you say that, Mr. Red, because I can tell based on how you phrased that you don't know that Ozzy, Slash, and Flea were major characters in Chrono Trigger, which is why they are a cameo boss in this game. Yeah, the original terms were, in Japanese, were vinegar, horseradish. I don't remember the third one. It's all sushi stuff. But yes, their names were localized to Ozzy, Slash, and Flea. I prefer Ozzy, Slash, and Flea. Okay, so... I'm just saying, Super Bonk is right there, Mr. Red. It's calling to you. Oh, hey, it's Emo. God, look at his outfit! I think this is the first time we've seen it from the front. Look at his outfit. It just won't let you, J. Palmer. That's true for any of these games. It'll be like, it'll try to load the save and say, insert disc 1, because you're on a disc 1 save. Oh, that's hilarious. No, Trigger was, Wait, no, Trigger was Woolsey, wasn't it? Hang on. Hold on. Woolsey didn't have as much influence on translations as you'd think. But Trigger is one of them. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Ooh. Trigger was his last major Nope, I'm wrong. Super Mario RPG was his last one. And that tracks. That feels like his approach. Yeah, so he did Mystic Quest, Legend 3, that's Saga 3. Secret of Mana, that's the one that basically broke him. Breath of Fire 1, Final Fantasy 6, Chrono Trigger, and then Super Mario RPG. And that's it. That's his localizes. No, there's another gentleman. I think you're right here, Blake. And I don't know if I have his name here. Give me a second. This is going to be more important going forwards. Richard Honeywood. So Ted Woolsey and Richard Honeywood are probably the two most influential translators they've ever had at Square. You've heard of Woolsey, you've probably never heard of Honeywood, but Honeywood, let's just say they're still feeling the impact of his translations. Leave it at that. So you finally made it. This is as far as you will get. It's a little too soon for you to get your original form back. Yeah, why are you here and not going off and doing your plan? Oh, we're already fighting. Wow, okay. Okay, sure. Cool. Alright, so it's time to do the exact same strategy we've used in every fight ever. Nice scythe surge. I can't say anything. It actually looks pretty cool. Okay. Look at his outfit. Honestly, real talk, the coat doesn't bother me. It's the hat. The hat is what really impresses me. It's this little cap with a skull in the front. Hi, Seblin up. Out of curiosity, which plot of this game do you like, Seblin up? Do you like the plot that hasn't shown up yet? Or do you like the main plot, which is about how humans suck and how nature is the correct course? I'm not slanting. I'm legitimately curious because I'm curious. I'm curious which of the two main plots most people remember fondly about this game. Part of the reason I asked, too, is nobody talks about the actual A plot, the humans are bastards plot. Including me, I'll be honest. Everyone talks about the Chrono Trigger plot. More memorable, I guess. You know, the plot that's only shown up once in the entire game so far. Please be the Rainbow Show. Nope. That's okay. No work out. Yeah, let's get a heal out. Listen, humans are bastards, Blade Devourer. Nature is good. I admit I don't like that plot, but it's entirely for thematic reasons. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I've had the... no, Vulture. Also, you can't? It's a weird question. I'm already capped. I've been capped since whatever the last boss was. I'm just tired of that plot, right? I'm tired of that theme. Nature's good, technology's bad, get back to nature. I've been sick of it since the 90s, so... I don't have a lot of tolerance for it, even if it is a good plot. Let's go just do this. Let's just cover ourselves. So our cloak's going to be in our trick. I mean, it would be weird if they weren't, so I'm going to go with yes. Will the Federation have them? I'd say at the very least, when the Klingon Empire joins the Federation, cloaks would become a regular thing. Well, we're not there yet, Seplinov, and that's... Fate is kind of both... It has one foot in both plots. We'll talk more about that later. Phased cloaks? Nah, we're getting rid of phasing completely. Phasing is stupid. I love how we just stabbed with an axe. Actually, yeah. I would say it's much more theme than plot related. Like, if... okay. Hang on. That's not me speaking ill of Chrono Cross. Most games don't have a strong plot. It's actually very unusual for the plot to be a major point of a video game. Usually it's far more focused on things like the world, or the setting, or the themes, or the characters, or something else, right? So it's not unusual for a game to have a weak plot. Because if we really think about it, the plot in this game is the Dragon God's manipulating everyone, and then Fate's manipulating everyone, and then Lynx is manipulating everyone. And that's kind of it. And they're trying to wipe out humanity, because humanity is evil. There you go. There's the plot of the original game. Actually, no. Let's switch over to Fargo. I haven't even finished buffing yet. So I keep having to heal. No, final boss didn't exist in the original plot, Buckroy. At all. But I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Damn, alright, keep it hitting. Keep it hitting. I don't remember if Xenogears has people or evil in it. But yeah, the Xenosagas definitely do. Absolutely not, Mr. Red. Oh, we'll see you around Bunfall this time. I was about to respond to you. Alright, let's lower his defense. He's already low on health. Radical Dreamers actually did contribute a bit to the plot. You guys keep asking questions that I'm trying not to answer because we're not there yet. All I will say right now is, yes, Radical Dreamers absolutely changed the plot. That was the second plot that was grafted onto this one. Okay, so... I was going for more of a coalition kind of a thing. Like, the Federation more or less can't exist without me rewriting basically everything at this point. Because the idea is that there's a lot of tensions and outright war between most of the major nations within the sector. And a combination of a few specific individuals, the humans who are the Dutch, I guess is the way to call that. That feels like a bad comparison. The humans are an uninvested party, which is their main advantage. They're the one group nobody has any real historical baggage with, and everyone trades with, and they're going to get together alongside the Vulcans, who are going to have the protectorate of the Betazoids, and the Tellarites are going to be personally indebted to Archer and crew because it's something they're going to do in Season 1. And long story short, a whole bunch of pieces are going to come together. Oh, also the Ferengi are going to be very involved in this. Most notably Zek himself, in order to try and connect the races and get together into a coalition. That's the general idea of how the coalition is going to get started. The Federation will come later. I'm not sure exactly when. I haven't even decided if it's going to happen during our Enterprise's time at all. Yeah, the Romulans and the Klingons both have pre-existing empires, both of which are on their way out, even by Enterprise's times. Wait, nope, that's a total lie. I'm sorry, that's wrong. I mean, I don't think so, von Falkenstein, but then again, I'm probably not doing a good job of conveying, you know, seasons upon seasons of stories to you in a few seconds. So I will take ownership of that. So there is no Romulan Empire. The Romulan is actually a faction of Vulcans, which will split off during our Enterprise to go do their own thing. The Klingon Empire is around and has been around for centuries, and is very much in a decline when they first interact with humans. We also decided to switch up World War III a little bit. That was a group consensus thing. Basically, imagine. So I guess I could see that. Yeah, it's kind of like how the Federation formed in Rail Trek, except with more steps. So I'm going to accept that. It sounds like an insult, but I'm going to accept that because I've actually bothered to write the world building of our Trek, whereas Trek didn't. So I take it back. Ow. I just rezzed you! Oh my god, fine. Defend. See you around, von Falkenstein. If this kills me, I swear to God. So the main thing we were thinking is that rather than World War III being this extremely devastating war that only killed, like... I just died. That's the first time I've died in one of these fights in days. God, what a waste of my time. Anyways, what else was I talking about? So in canon, World War III is actually very ill explained and very ill thought out. Like, there was a war, and people started killing each other, and a very small kill amount happened, and it devastated the entire planet. And oh my gosh, everyone's on the verge of death except they're fine. And then also the Vulcans showed up, everything was fine forever. Yay! Like, it's very ill thought out. So we decided we're going to have a slightly different event. We may not even actually show it on the camera. We may never even show the inciting event, but we sat down and we thought about it. And we decided that there's going to be a rather major pseudo-accident. Like, part sabotage, part actually just a screw-up on behalf of those in charge. And one of the nuclear reactors is going to go critical in Central Europe. And that's going to be as a part of the hostilities, which have been getting worse and worse and worse. And it's going to go... Wah! And that's going to be the big, that's going to be the metaphorical slap. I actually had Kira White Noise help me out with some of the math on that to see exactly how devastating it really is going to be. Please don't kill me. Where do enhanced humans fit in? They're there, I'm sure. I don't know. I'll be honest, I haven't put a lot of thought into them because they just don't matter that much. Obviously, Khan will be enhanced. He more or less has to be for Wrath of Khan. But, like... There we go. Okay, your job is to attack. Beat his face. Could you stop killing Fargo? God! So the Vulcans start World War III, Darkrai? That's interesting. And Fargo's dead. I'm so tired of this game. I'm so tired of trying, putting in any effort at all. I'm just so sick of this goddamn game. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people love this game. I'm trying very hard not to be negative. I'm just so sick of this game. Never ending. And just being this non-stop slog. We haven't even hit Disc 2 yet. For Christ's sakes. Thank you for the sub, Sepano. I appreciate you. As usual, if you'd like to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Maybe Disc 2 will be less frustrating. I actually have no idea. Disc 2 is when the other plot, the Chrono Trigger plot, finally rears its ugly head. Although even then, not fully. Not really. Impressive. I may have underestimated you. Anyway, I must get on with my affairs. Besides, it's too late. Goodbye, Surge. See, Darkrai said something, and I'm going to push back against that because I've been pushing back against that for about 10 years now. One of the most common insults I hear on my job is that my reviews are unfair because I marathon games, and therefore my opinions about them are invalid, either because they're not supposed to be played like that, or because I'm burning myself out on a game, or just whatever, right? I've heard that for years from hundreds of people at this point, on my YouTube comments, on my stream, even people in real life. And I've always disagreed. And I've got 2 big reasons why. I've got prepared answers for this, because reason number 1 is that this is how I play games normally. Regardless of the show, regardless of streaming. This is just how I play games. I sit down and I play a game. Because I'm playing a game. I don't know how else to put that. This is the norm for me. You might think, well, that could just mean you're normally tired of games. It could, if not for the fact that I have dozens upon dozens of other examples of games where I do not get tired of playing them. Where I don't reach a point where I'm just ready to move on. I've talked about this before. You can actually graph it out. Like, length of game, desire to keep playing. Every game follows, every game, 100% of games, have a curve downwards. But the specifics of that curve, right, the actual angle of the downward curvature varies from game to game. And you could hypothetically use that as a metric of game quality. I don't try to, I try not to do that because that is way too subjective. But you could still then use that as a metric of how much a game gels with you personally, right? Let me use an example. Let's say I'm playing WoW. WoW has an extremely high curve for me, to the point where I basically didn't get tired of it for the entire WoW run, which is like a month or something. And of course, I still play WoW. I played WoW last night. So, really high curve for me, but for you, you might get sick of WoW pretty quickly and be like, yeah, I'm ready to move on to something else now. And of course, you move on to something else, and then the curve dips back up, and then you could play it again. Logic. But for me, a game that might actually have a more severe curve is something like, say, Guild Wars 2, which I was very sick of. Pretty much by the time we were hitting Icebrood Saga, I would say. And I was just like, ugh. So that had a more severe curve for me. You get the idea, right? Maybe a builder game for me is something that you would get sick of immediately. So it is a valuable metric, I think, that curve. It's just extremely personal, which is why I try to push that out of the review. I know I'm sitting here complaining and whining about how sick of this game I am, and I apologize for that. To be clear, that's not going into the review. I haven't given negatives for I'm tired of the game, right? That would be incredibly pointless. Okay. Yeah, most people I know prefer MMOs in short bursts, which makes sense, really. You hop in, you do whatever the latest content is, you hop out. Frankly, MMOs should be designed around that, and I emphasize the way I say that because most MMOs, statistically speaking, are not. They're designed to have tricks and traps to keep you playing forever. Another good example of a game that I had... Don't take this as an insult, Mr. Red. Another game I kind of ran into a low curve on was Head On. A game I was actually really into and really digging. And then at a certain point I was just kind of ready for it to be over because it's a really long game. Like, I remember one of the comments I kept getting during that run was people being shocked at how long the game was. No, so when I say most, Blade Chaval, I'm talking about the MMOs nobody in chat plays. If you look at the bulk of MMOs, most of them are games none of us have ever played. I've played a couple of them. Go look up Josh Strife Hayes, look at the games he plays. And you will see what the bulk of MMOs really are. Anyways, point being, I was actually talking about this to my friend just last night as we were playing No Man's Sky. God, that latest patch is so buggy. Latest expansion, latest content patch, whatever you want to call that. But anyways, we were talking about Cross, and I legitimately think Cross would be a substantially better game if it was about a quarter the length. Now, here's the funny part. If you were paying attention... yes, I did. If you're paying attention, I haven't played the demo yet, though. At the very beginning of this entire stream, the very first day, one of the first things I mentioned was the original design document for Chrono Cross was for it to be about a 10-hour game. Now, I want you to consider how a production cycle works. I want you to think about how project management works. So you sit down and you outline what you want to do. And then feature creep, feature creep, feature creep, feature creep. But by the time the game was like a 50-hour or a 70-hour monstrosity, do you really think they did much to change the overall plot outline? You remember how we talked at multiple times where we'd go for hours and hours and hours and nothing would actually happen story-wise? This is why. This is the why of that problem. It's because this was designed to be a much tighter experience when it was first incepted, and then no one ever sat back and actually expanded upon the story axis to really accommodate the fact that the game was now quintuple the length of what it was designed to be. I'll also want you to remember that when I tell you the 3 plots, or rather the first 2 plots. Surge, you must proceed alone from here. You must see and confirm for yourself who you really are. Truth shall manifest itself once you believe in your heart. Let's grab a save state just in case this screws up. It's rare, but it's happened. So now Wu was apparently making a joke. Sorry, Wu. Did you know Square is actually making a Zelda game? And that's what I thought you were referencing. It is called The Adventures of Elliot, The Millennium Tales. And it's on the Switch. It's me pulling out my Switch to figure out the name of the game. It's not a good sign there. Okay, super ultra mega final confrontation with Link's time. Let's do this. All life on this planet was born in the sea. Life forms softly slumbered within the womb of our mother sea. Until eventually they developed free will and were able to swim about the ocean freely. Then came those that were not satisfied with life in the water, looked up from the ocean towards the blue skies and dreamt of the feel of the land. Eons passed before their preposterous dream became a reality, and they rose up from the seas onto the earth. This is the nature theme again. The land became full of all kinds of creatures. Among these, the dragon lizards and the more evolved reptiles thought they would reign over the earth forever. And for a long while it seemed that they would. However, the unforeseen coming of the mighty one from the heavens suddenly smashed their kingdom to pieces. That one was known as Lavos, the great crimson flame. Wielding absolute power, Lavos buried the dinosaurs, kings of the land, in the space of a night. However, the timid apes who had lived hidden in the forests came into contact with the crimson flame that fell from the sky and evolved into humans. This is a total retcon, by the way. Just gonna say that. No, actually, Walker. Or perhaps it was not evolution, but transformation. In this way, humans increased in number and filled the earth. The fearsome progeny of Lavos, who like their progenitor, began to devour our mother planet. So, pause. Again, I hate to keep referencing this. The original plot, Hyzar, the original plot was a whole thing about humans, our connection with the environment, the natural order, and how the natural order and the planet were pushing back against humans. That conflict, right? Obviously, when Trigger was grafted onto the game, they had to do something with that. In order to make that fit, they had to say that Lavos effectively created humans, even though Trigger made it pretty clear that humans had been around and were doing their own thing prior to. Now, it was argued, it could be argued, that humans were going to lose the conflict with the reptiles without our intervention back in 65 million BC. But the point here that is being made, and this is true, this is confirmed in like the Ultimania and stuff like that, is that humans didn't exist until Lavos. Good morning, Moog. And yes, Lavos is being portrayed as the devil, and so humans are the sons of the devil. Say, Ayla, gone. Everything going on in 65 million BC, gone. So, the progeny of Lavos, who like their progenitor, began to devour our mother planet. Could be, Seblino. It's worth noting, not that they worked on Evangelion, I checked the timeline, but the person who wrote this game did actually work at Gainax before this. Yeah, humans or demons. Turns out it was man. I love how efficiently Chrono Trigger Futurama summarized that. Not for the first time. Whatever. I mean, again, it makes perfect sense when you consider the context of the original script, where humans were the demons. They were evil. That was it. And this was the explanation for what humans were and why humans were so antagonistic towards the environment and towards the natural world, is because they were from demons. Oni, right? Replace Lavos with any large-scale Oni, and all of a sudden, the whole sequence of events here makes perfect sense, doesn't it? You may or may not be with it, that's up to you, but it would make sense. Surge, you have regained your identity without being led astray. Your eyes, which foresaw the truth, shall help you regain your trust among your comrades. There's nothing we can do about the Dragon Tear. Its shattering result does not come as a surprise. However, you also carry the fate of the Dragon Tear from another world. Broken pieces of love and hate. Although contradictory, they're the two sides of the same coin. That's the second time you've said the same line. A mysterious force may come to light when the two pieces are united. Perhaps this force will be the legendary Chrono Cross. The only problem is the shrine, which is said to give life to a Chrono Cross, is nothing but a cavern inside Divine Dragon Falls. Surge, you may hold the key to bringing forth its powers. The Dragon Tear shattered, but transformed into the Tear of Love, and we now have on us right now the wrong button. The Tear of Love and the Tear of Hate. The only reason I'm calling attention to that is because the third plot, the final version of the plot in the game we're actually playing, hinges entirely on getting the Tear of Love and the Tear of Hate. Just wanted to mention that. Moving on. So we could go recruit basically all of our party right now, but I don't care because I've got my final party in my party right now. And we can't get Kid or Harle back, so we're good. I still agree with Pillars of Snow. I know she's not here to comment on that. Yes, we are finally done being Link. Someone actually asked earlier if we spend more time playing as Lynx or Surge, not counting like optional stuff, like post-gamey stuff. Yeah, we spend more of the main plot as Lynx than as Surge. So Harle left the party for plot reasons, and Kid left the party because bad writing. No, that's unkind. Because of rushed and trying to make it work writing. That's a more accurate statement. And yes, Surge now has better abilities. In fact, we should have. Let me double check it. God, he emptied my grid. So there's Dash and Slash. There's Luminaire. There's Flying Arrow, which should be better now as a result of that. Oh, whatever. Let's re-equip all my crap. We're actually not on Disc 2. We're like 2 minutes from Disc 2. Literally. We're almost there. Guys, we're going to do it. We're going to hit Disc 2. We're going to make it. We're going to make it. We're almost halfway through. Okay, I'm kidding. Disc 2 is going to be way shorter. Okay, so let's get a revive first and foremost. We're going to make it. We're going to make it. We just 5 more minutes. I meant to do this off camera. I apologize. I even did a boss fight. We're going to do this. No, don't crash my game! No! Let's clear everyone's grids really quick here. um... Yeah, this game... This is not the only game of this era to have this problem, but Cross actually had a weird time with this particular disk transition. I don't actually know specifics of why. I know it was a relatively common thing. I had issues with this on my PlayStation 1. I don't know. I don't know specifically why that's a thing for Cross. It just occasionally had issues acknowledging that you had the right disc in the tray. It was strange. Okay, so revive. I could use a third revive, but I'm not doing that quest. I actually can't now. I have locked myself out of doing that quest. Okay, so let's get a strengthen. One strengthen. One weaken. One eagle eye. And one low res. And then we're going to get diminish. I think that's it. Yeah, I was going to say, this game didn't get released a lot of places until the Chrono Cross remaster, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so strengthen, weaken, eagle eye, low res. And since you tend to live more, I'm going to give the other revive to you. Strengthen, weaken, eagle eye, low res. Okay, now let's get diminish. Let's actually get diminish here while I'm thinking about it. Because I forgot to. I've often suspected, though I have no evidence of it, that this entire system was at least partially inspired by how materia works. I don't really have much of a reason why, it just kind of feels that way. Auto-allocate, I have no idea how it knows what to allocate. And I'm not going to mess with my grid to do that. But I know it tends to throw a lot of random stuff in it. It likes to prioritize putting consumables in as well. Fine, I'll do a save state. I guess. Auto-allocate. Whole party. Okay, so what do we got? So we've got just a really random smorgasbord of colors, which seems to be what it does. It just tries to have as many different colors as it possibly can. Like, there's a little bit of leaning with green towards Karsh there, who is an 8 green. And looks like a little bit of leaning towards blue. I mean, if you don't care, it's a good variety. And I guess that's what auto-allocate means, right? Is you don't care. So, no, I think that's fine. Okay, heals. Speaking of Trigus. Yes. Do I have any green heals? I should. Yes. I have one. Is it positive worthy? That's a good question. Because what it ultimately boils down to is it's the optimize feature. So what we're really asking, if we're breaking it down, is does the optimize feature deserve a positive? Like, obviously, optimize in any of these games will never be, like, perfect. But that's not really the question, is it? I think we could establish an optimized positive precedence. That also means games with really good optimize of which there's one, would actually get more than one positive. I think I'm with it. Let's do it. Let's commit. Plus to gameplay. Put that under quality of life. Apparently I'm allergic to spray one. Jesus. Oh my gosh. Speaking of someone who used to work with that kind of high-end networking, yeah, no, that's really dumb. You lay the pipe first. Then you do the hardware switch. Because hardware's the wrong word. Then you do the software switch, because it's really primarily on the software end. I'm sorry, do you mind repeating, J. Palmer? Oh, replayability. I'm not sure how replayable this game is. Thing is, I think it deserves at least one. Not for New Game Plus. Remember, New Game Plus is different from replayability. This game actually has really good New Game Plus. It's actually one of the best New Game Pluses of games we've covered. Now, granted, we haven't covered FF10-2 or Chrono Trigger, which are kind of the golden standards of New Game Plus. But still, this has a very good New Game Plus feature. It absolutely deserves the triple positive. I've already given it for that. But replayability? I don't really personally think it deserves the first one. Mostly because I think that it just meanders too hard and too long, right? It does have branching paths, it does have alternate characters, it does have plenty of side quests. Many of those side quests are actually exclusive to the paths you picked. And that's kind of the definition of the second replay positive. The game doing something to encourage and or reward a player for playing it again. So even if New Game Plus didn't exist, I would still argue for the second replay positive. Not the first, and definitely not the third. Oh, excuse me. Okay. The third is the no really. The third is for games that are designed around being replayed. Like, you know, roguelites, 4Xs, grand strategy games, stuff like that, right? Hey, Ross. Okay, this is it. This is it. Hang on, let's make several backup saves. Yeah, Pokemon is a very replayable game. There's nothing here. I deem you worthy of entering the Sea of Eden. Let the path be known for the ones facing fate. Please insert disc 2. Yeah, okay. This is it. This is it. Maybe. Okay, we're good. I was actually holding my breath for a second. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Actually, okay, so I'm sorry. So we're going to set a save state after that. And then we're going to rewind. Oh, we're not going to rewind. Oh, no. No, you cannot, J. Palmer. Okay, whatever. We'll do that side quest later. I forgot to do a side quest first, because I'm stupid. Okay. So let's go to the future. Lachesis, measuring the threads of life. I just do past last. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, Darkrai, but yeah. I remember the early days of emulation. I really do. Clotho, spinning the thread of life. So the pyramid things are something they've actually referenced since literally the first 2 minutes of the game. They're called Records of Fate. What they do is they're all around the islands of the archipelago, and they tell people what to do on a daily basis. And I mean on a daily basis. Like, you wake up in the morning, the first thing you do is you wander over to your Record of Fate, and it says, here are your tasks for the day, and you do those. Now, I don't blame you for missing that. It's a very understated plot point. Atropos, cutting the threads of life. Also, based on some evidence, I'm not sure which plot the Threads of Fate were in. I think they were in the first. The original plot. Are we being tested? Yes, we are. Boss fight! By the way, I hope you like boss fights. We are about to fight boss after boss after boss after boss after boss. That's pretty much the end of the game now. It's just boss fights. Just boss fights. Just boss fights. I'm kidding. There's 2 dungeons. And then just boss fights. Yeah, boss fights and cutscenes. This is the we've run out of budget part of the game. Something that'll come up again in Xenogears. We should get stars for all of them, yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and buff. We'll treat this seriously. No reason to screw around. How long till the guessing game is closed off? Hopefully today. It is possible we will not beat this game today. Oh my god. That was... wow. That hit chance. We might beat this game today, J-Paul. I do not promise such a thing. Oh, God, he missed so much. Whatever. Something we're stealing? Yeah, we can try. Oh my god, that frickin' extra evade is so frustrating. We got the white brooch. Could have been worse. What's really weird about that frame rate thing is periodically the game goes up to 60 frames a second. And it's just kind of relaxing on my eyes every time it does. And then it dips down to like 10, like it just did. Fargo's dead! Fargo, can you stop dying for 5 seconds? Yeah, most games don't explain save points. Let's see, Undertale does. This does. I'm sure there's another example that I can't think of right now. Okay, so, luckily for you, I put revive on the guy who stays alive, Fargo. Remind me to look at my equipment. I have an idea. Try to fix this. Hades kind of does, but yeah, that is... it's cheaty. Yeah, we don't want... pretty much from this point onwards, we don't want a pure anything field. That's not going to change for most of the rest of the game. Chrono Trigger did explain party limits. FF7 tried to. Emphasis on tried. It's too dangerous to move in a group on the overworld. I've made fun of that line for years. Stop missing! God! Okay, let's get out that diminish, because I'm tired of people dying. Probably should have healed first, but honestly, whatever. Actually, believe it or not, as of the moment, we haven't done anything to unlock the true ending yet. We will, of course. Duh, really. Please stop spamming Cure Plus. Oh my god. You're just dragging it out. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you, Mook. And I can prove that that works, because FF10 exists. They're all even worse in Silksong. I knew it. Hang on, I'm gonna need to rejigger my equipment really quick here. So first of all, we're gonna put on the white plate for this. Second of all, why are none of my accessories on? Let's see. Stamina ring, sunglasses, and Dragoon's honor. There we go. You new plan. Nothing above. Oh, there's a couple. That's a good one. Trying to boost their magic defense so they stop dying to big AoEs. An explanation of unlimited party members in this game? No. I'm not sure I can think of a game other than Chrono Trigger which has an explanation for limited party size. Oh, nope. I can think of one. But it's a cheat. It doesn't actually... It's cheating. It doesn't actually count. Yeah, we'll talk about that in Chrono Trigger when we get there, sir. Some year, hopefully. So, ladies and gentlemen, Chronopolis. It has taken us 5 days to get to something we should have reached on day 2. We're finally in Chronopolis. Chronopolis Military Research Center. May there be everlasting peace for the children of the world. 2400 AD. Actually, yeah, what's our time right now? Save. 29 hours. Jesus Christ. I heard Group 3B's experiment today is going to be a biggie. They're releasing the flame's lock level to D in order to trace the countertime effect. Yeah, but based on previous experiments, I'm sure it'll work out just fine. During the simulation, Fate guaranteed they would be able to use the flame as an uplink to extract anti-annihilation energy associated with it. Don't worry, it'll be a success. I hope so. So, boss fight. You knew this was happening. Immediately. It's the Polis Police. The Polis Police, excuse me. Seriously, that's the name of the boss. Miss? Miss? Oh, that's screwed with my elemental order. Yeah, this boss fight's, this boss fight can be pretty hard. You'll notice that just healed Surge for like 500. Well, that's how much damage he would have taken if I wasn't absorbing white right now. Nope, one more. I need 6. There we go. So we're going to diminish immediately. Same thing we're stealing. We can steal a rainbow shell from him. Yeah, no. Use a walkthrough if you're going to play this game. You will thank yourself. Barrel? Really? I like Polis Police. That's actually a good localization. Nice little pun name. Chronopolis Police. Anyways. Stop missing! God, that's really throwing me. Please target me. Thank you. We've also more or less met the point of the game where it's more worthwhile to try and spend their turns buffing Surge than it is for them to do damage themselves. Oh, you'd love this game, Mr. Red. I just realized how insulting that sounds. Block. Okay, this is going to be an extremely out-of-nowhere question. Can anyone think of a flag in real world which is predominantly white, green, and blue? Look, I'm just saying, Mr. Red. That's true, this game isn't as painful as it could be. Ah, never mind. I take it back, Mr. Red. You're safe. Since we can steal a rainbow shell, there's only like 20 of them in the whole game. Nope. Let's see. Anything I actually recognize? Also, Fargo's dead. That's what you get for failing. Oh, these are provinces, not nations. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, Sierra Leone, Lesotho, Uzbekistan, and that might actually be the list. Anyways, I asked because we've got white, green, and blue in the party, and I was just curious. Alright, so let's do some damage. Start pushing through this guy. Or kill him. I'm okay with that, too. Like I said, we're at the point where buffing Surge is more worthwhile than anything else. We've just stacked his damage so high at this point. Enjoy not getting those stats, Fargo. It's not like you need them. Yeah, I saw male gay pride. We are playing 3 guys. Oh, right. No, I already did that. But he is using the stone axe, and he is using the stone sword. That's fine. Stone weapons do extra damage to machines. I don't know. Don't ask me. Hello, cat. I just had a horrible thought. We're going to do a random trash battle. Just bear with me. I'm testing something. Plus, I love this song right here. This is just the greatest song in the game. Yeah, Surge isn't anything. Surge is there. Because Surge is the main character of another game. Kid is the main character of this game, or supposed to be. Yeah, that's irritating. Yeah, Surge is actually less of a person than Chrono is. Which is very strange. Chrono tends to reach the levels of characterization as most Dragon Quest mains. Which is to say, very, very, very little, but with a few tidbits of flavor attached, right? Oh man, absolutely, Mr. Red. Ignore that one of the party members is a robot in Chrono Trigger. Yeah, it's the link thing, too. Most links are flavored rather than characterized. Boom. No, I got it, Mr. Red. I should have come up with a better rejoinder. The problem was I was trying to think of your point legitimately, and then I realized that you were probably there yesterday when I talked about how Star Trek actually inspired most of modern RPGs, including Chrono Trigger. And I just got distracted at that point. Okay, this is a good time. We're in the middle of the piano solo. Sorry, I swear I'm not just mulching trash. I'm testing something that I'm curious about. That's the real reason for this. I need more of this song to be injected directly into my veins. Okay, that's what I thought. We're good. Was Star Trek popular in Japan? You know, I actually have no idea. Oh no, it's dead! I mean, Trek did manage broad appeal. Not as big as Wars, though. Let me tell you, Star Wars is a national institution in Japan. I know that. Oh, I get it. Okay. I mean, as I've been going through the Trek lore run, if there's one thing that's been amusing me, it's the sheer quantity of things that have been inspired by, usually directly, Star Trek. The number of careers and franchises and just institutions that you can track back to Trek is kind of bonkers. Wars, J. Palmer. Wars has always been bigger than Trek. That's just how that is. I think we're good. I'm liking it. Actual dungeon mechanics, actual level design. Thinking positively. Can't think too positively. I mean, since we can destroy everything here, we might as well. See you around 7 up. Have a good one. I mean, Paramount has failed Trek at every step of the way. Back in TOS, it was insisted that Trek was an unpopular, disinteresting show that wasn't doing well and wasn't making its budget back. That was a lie. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, those big, powerful executives, they're stupid. I mean, yeah, they are. But no, let me be very clear. It was actually literally a screw-up. They literally were reading the figures wrong. The actual executives themselves realized their own mistake after TOS went off the air, and they were like, oh, shoot. We've just killed the golden goose. And they actually recognized that for once. How's that for wild? That's one of the reasons why the animated series got almost immediately greenlit, was they were like, oh, crap! We need to get more Trek on the air, quick! And then we got the animated series out of it. Yay! Kill me. Okay, yeah, Trek moved some units, even back in the day. Then there was the Trek movies, which nobody thought would succeed, and so everyone was like, alright, let's just ape Star Wars. And when that didn't work, we're going to go ahead and we're going to just squeeze it and turn it into a dying franchise on purpose. There's actually a term for that. I can't remember what it's actually called professionally, but it's milking the cow dry, right? It's actually a very common thing. If anything successful comes out in a film, what you do is you make a sequel immediately and slash the budget. And then you make a sequel to that one and you slash the budget. And you make a sequel to that one and you slash the budget. A lot of films in the 60s and 70s, a lot of film franchises, follow this exact same this path, this arc. And the intention was to do that with Trek. That's why Wrath of Khan has such a minuscule budget. And then it was Wrath of Khan. You okay there? Perhaps what we're doing is wrong? If this experiment succeeds, we'll be able to control time. We have complete control over history and in a sense become a presence, much like God. If so, what meaning is there to the history of mankind? Too late now. We can't afford to fail in this experiment. If for some reason anything goes wrong, the anti-annihilation energy will probably overwhelm us. Who knows what the consequences may be? Oh, we got piss lucky to get Wrath of Khan. That movie was sabotaged from word go. And if not for extreme talent and creativity, as well as enough people who gave a damn to really put their all into it, it would have flopped, which was the intent. Yeah, if you think... Wrath of Khan is arguably a pretty good example of cloud effect. Really. Sorry, I haven't answered you out loud, Ross. You were reminding me to test the music, and then I forgot to comment that, yeah, I actually like this song. It's very Mitsuda. I mean, that's not even probably, Mr. Ed. That is a statement of fact. Without Wrath of Khan, Star Trek would have died on the vine. Again, it's worth noting. Without Wrath of Khan, we wouldn't have had Voyage Home. Without Voyage Home, we wouldn't have had Trek. Modern Trek. Any of it. No TNG, no DS9, no Voyager, no Enterprise, no First Contact. None of it. Yeah, it just spawned an enemy. That's sort of how the chain goes, though, right? If not for this, then this. If not for this, then this. Blah, 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 blah. I actually prefer Star Trek VI over Wrath of Khan. I think. I haven't reviewed both films yet. But by vague memories, I prefer 6 over 2. Yeah, Ross is insane. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I shouldn't joke about that, I'm sorry. Ross is awesome. That's not a joke. Hi, Yada. Yada's also awesome. Now that Mr. Red... That's awesomeness personified right there. 4 is a very good film. I was actually thinking about that recently. If you sat down and put 2 equal quality works in front of me, game, book, show, whatever, and one of them is predominantly humorous and the other one is predominantly serious, I think I would lean towards the serious one. I've noticed this trend in myself. Star Trek 4 is a perfect example of this. How do I... because Star Trek 4 is a very good film. It is. It's well executed, it's well acted, it's got an interesting script, it's got great moments, it's got great set piecing. It is funny. Wonderful characterization for multiple characters. But Star Trek VI is about averting an interstellar war and really examining the truths of how difficult and dangerous it can be to walk into things like the unknown. And coming to grips with the fact that we're not as perfect as we think we are. The serious tone of 6 pushes it higher than 4 for me. Which is why I'm not actually sure how it'll review once we get there. Okay, looks like we have to go this way. Alright, whatever. Game. Game? There we go. I would say, no, push-ups. Yeah, 4 is some of the most cloud effect ever. I think I've mentioned this before. I almost called it the Voyage Home effect because that film has no right being good. I'm not even talking about the whales thing. If you really think about what 4 is at its core, and how much baggage it was left over from Star Trek 3, it had everything going against it. And what they did was they did with what good creators do. They sat down and they thought about it. They said, okay, here's the tools in our kit. How do we use them? We don't have the Enterprise. Okay, we'll work with the bird of prey. Okay, what's a bird of prey give us? Well, it's more mobile, it's more atmospheric, and it can cloak. Okay, so we can do location shots, right? Yep, where do we want to do location shots? It needs to be somewhere relatively cheap and somewhere we can actually access. I've got it. We'll go to San Francisco. Why are we going to San Francisco? Well, we need to have something to go there, and so forth and so on. Like, you could follow the chain of creation there. But yes, we are currently defurried. Where was the lock release for the elevator again? Mine's been blanking out lately. Originally, El Nido was nothing but ocean. The El Nido archipelago is purely artificial, created by fate. It was a remodeling plan that took place 10,000 years ago. Planned to include islands blessed with nature in the Sea of El Nido. The main island of El Nido, Earth Dragon Isle, Water Dragon Isle, Black Dragon Isle, the development of the elements, the energy of the natural world, the redistribution of memory terminal devices called the Records of Fate that could survey and guide people's lives. The research center staff, who had their memories of the future erased, left in the center and began a life amidst nature. This is how Fate's paradise came into existence. And for over 10,000 years, Fate has been watching over and guiding the descendants of the staff who left this research center. Everything was in perfect harmony, until 14 years ago when a boy came into contact with the flame on the night of the storm. So here we're starting to see plots 1 and 2 collide a little bit. Plot 1, Fate, the supercomputer, and, you know, this whole island being artificially created to exist with nature, that's firmly plot 1. Surge being kind of shoved into it and causing everything to go wonky, that's firmly plot 2. For what it's worth, I actually really like the Fate twist. The whole game has been banging on about the concept of fate. And honestly, it's a little eye-rolling. Because, I mean, who gives a crap about fate, right? We're predestined to do this and blah, blah, blah. And my eyes roll out of my heads. But it turns out there is no fate. There is a computer called Fate. F-A-T-E. Lock release code, huh? Okay, 0. Code confirmed. Yeah, exactly, Harspruce. And this song is very chill. Also, I haven't heard of that Plutonia. That's very strange. I wonder if it's their latest attempt to be anti-ads. That's impressive, Ross. Yes, we are back to being Surge. I've been debating when exactly to really highlight all the plot stuff here. Because honestly, I'm not sure when the game itself talks about several of the relevant plot beats. The only thing we know right now is that this archipelago is artificial. We'll just leave it that for now. The DNA records are poems and music. Adenine and thymine, guanine and cytosine, rhythm and melody. After the DNA of the ones who make contact with the flame is recomposed by the sound they generate within. I wonder if life forms are just dreaming in an endless flow of music. Lavos, an extraterrestrial life form that is thought to have fallen from the heavens 65 million years ago. On the timeline that existed before history was changed, Lavos was assumed to have slept deep below the planet's surface, sleeping and consuming the planet's energy up until the apocalypse, destruction known as the Apocalypse, which is not actually what that time was called. There are those who believe that 12,000 years ago, the legendary ancient civilization known as Zeal came into contact with Lavos. That fateful encounter is said to have resulted in Zeal disappearing from the surface of the planet within the space of a single night. However, the very existence of the ancient civilization of Zeal has never been proven up to this day, this theory cannot be confirmed. On some timelines, Lavos appears on the surface of the planet in the year 1999 and brought the world to ruins. However, a group of young time travelers saw where their planet's history was heading and through their actions rewrote time. This very research facility exists on that new timeline, in a world where, thanks to the defeat of Lavos by the young adventurers, the apocalypse never happened. On a temporal vector where human civilization continued to evolve unhampered. All the data on Lavos that was obtained from tracing different parallel world possibilities has proven volatile, with fluctuating discrepancies. Perhaps at this point in time, it is nearly impossible to obtain any true information about Lavos. So that's an interesting picture right there. There's a human on the left and a reptite on the right. I'll just let that sit there. 65 million years ago, the reptites who evolved from reptiles had developed their own unique civilization. It was long before the ancestors of humans who developed from primates had developed their civilization. No, it isn't. Excavations carried out on the central continent of Xenon have revealed that the reptites already had advanced architectural skills in the prehistoric era. The fall of Lavos to the planet, the resulting ice age brought about, reigned the death knell for the reptites and their civilization. After that, the reptites slowly disappeared from the stage of history. However, in the distant past, humans could have been defeated in the contest of evolution, and the reptites could have continued to develop. It is not unthinkable that a timeline could exist in other dimensions. Everything is purely a problem of possibilities, and the world is only stabilized by the viewpoint of the one who observes it. The DNA... same thing. That is what we call a low bar, Darkrai. Error, Darkrai. Oh, are we already there? Oh, we are. Okay. All of a sudden, we're getting progress. Holy crap. Nah, we're about to fight what was supposed to be the second to last boss. Everyone gather around. Let's see. In the 11th century, a scientist by the name of Luca indicated the possibility of time travel through the use of a time egg, which utilizes miniature black holes. Whether this could actually be possible or not is still the subject of intense debate, and no conclusions have been made. According to her theory, by rotating a single point of supergravity, space-time continua can be drawn in, thus making it possible to transform that singular point which pulls in everything else into a ring formation. Using the ring as a gate between dimensions, it should be possible to travel back and forth between various space-time. I've heard the time egg already existed during the legendary ancient dynasty. We shouldn't have to rely on theories from ancient civilizations that may or may not have even existed. We can do this. But it's been said that time was altered using the time egg. That's just a legend. There isn't even any evidence to prove that the ancient dynasty even existed. I literally just said this. The experiment should be starting soon. After we discovered an unusual gravitational field in the barren Sea of El Nido, we built several artificial islands and established Chronopolis. This is all done to facilitate our top-secret research, as you know. But now our research is about to come to its end. Once the final adjustments are made, the experiment will commence. Just a matter of time. Everyone should keep up their good work. Chief hasn't returned yet. He hasn't? Well, I'll have to hold off till he gets back. To think that time is not absolute but elastic, relative and subjective. There can be individual differences caused by changes in time. Perhaps the same people and life forms can even exist in several different space-times. And independent time that flows with a will of its own? What nonsense. Funny you say that, Push-Ups. Listen, Ross. We'll get there. We're conducting a simulation of phase metastasis. That's true, Blade Tubal. And, I mean... the problem is, how high is your writer trust here, Blade Tubal? That's really what the problem boils down to. The research center was established under the utmost secrecy by the central regime. Come on, talk to me. Talk to me! We may appear to be a military research facility, but we're actually conducting research on time. The lost ancient magic civilization of Zeal. It really did exist. Someone must have even traveled through time to this period. Me, sir. Game. Yeah, I can't use the door. Alright, whatever. I'll kill the thing. Thing kill. I mean, it's a fair point, Leitval. It also makes sense when you consider how much of this is just different story threads being grafted together. There we go. Okay, this is a nothing, right? Well, we can talk to him. The chief said he was going out for a walk. He's probably by the... To be continued. See, that would have made a good, like, highlight or something. We're actually killing the ghosts as we're talking about. So, I'm curious, Blitzel, have you actually beaten Secret of Mana? As I was saying. Chief said he was going out for a walk. He's probably by the dock somewhere, gazing out to sea. Okay, okay. We got the in-depth lore. What episode in the franchise most encapsulates Voyager effect? You know, my first thought is Swarm. Doesn't really do anything with the Doctor. Doesn't really do anything with the Swarm. It's a nice character piece. Or rather, it's half of a nice character piece. You'll see, Blitchball. But, it really doesn't do much with its premise. either of its premises. Alien race you can't communicate with? They're just a bad guy of the week. Doctor's losing his memory because it makes perfect sense given the limitations of the hardware. Don't even bring up the aforementioned hardware issues. Don't even try to acknowledge him as being a different person from a biological organism. Band-Aid fix at the end, which just fixes everything. Reset button, we're walking. Thank you, Mr. Red. That was just perfect timing. He's up by the... Yeah! That was actually a plot critical guy to talk to. So. The time play... God, I forgot the name, but he gave a name. It appeared out of nowhere in the year 2300. I was headed up by the scientific genius, Balthazar. However, at the peak of his career, he simply vanished. We've continued his work and have come this far. Our work is almost complete. Now, it's about time I headed back. The experiment's about to begin. I suppose, yes, Blade Taval, I would actually acquiesce to that, if that were what they were going for. It's not, but... It would especially be appropriate because if you've been paying attention, the game is making it pretty clear that almost all... Then we should all die, Mook. Yeah, that almost all of the events of the game are because of the records of fate. With very few exceptions. Here's the observation room. This is where we observe the two parallel worlds. Fate is a large-scale prototype completed in the year 2300. It integrated the old mother brain computer circuitry into a more powerful supercomputer. The Fate contains a massive amount of historical data dating up to the year 2400. Hello. Talk to me. Talk to me! The main computer of Chronopolis is called Fate. And there you go. That's when they finally no really stated out loud. The Records of Fate is just a supercomputer that's been manipulating people for 10,000 years. And yeah, here's frickin' Viper Mansion. And yeah, they used a genocidal AI as the basis for all of this. Smart. And yeah, the Xenogears vibes are real, as they should be, really, at this point. It's worth noting, while he was primarily working on this game, Kato did actually do some writing work for Xenogears. He wasn't the primary scenario writer or anything like that, but he did write part of Xenogears, so... What could go wrong, Child and Rob? It all began with a notebook my mother handed me. She told me she found it while cleaning out the closet. This old notebook, covered in mold, was a diary that belonged to my grandfather who passed away years ago. It contained my grandfather's distant memories. This device playback archives? Looks like someone's memoirs. I wonder if you still remember how we first met and our many adventures. It all seemed like a dream. We ran like the wind during those warm summer days long ago. You were a piece of a star that fell from the sky. I can still relive the memories of those days long past, just by closing my eyes like such, and whispering your name into the desolate night. Kid. Radical Dreamers. Radical Dreamers? What does this mean? There's a conversation with a comrade. Are you ready, kid? I know you're anxious, but stay on your toes. Yeah, likewise, mate. You mess up, I'm leaving you behind. Got that, Surge? Come on, Maggle. Let's go. So for those of you not aware, there was an in-between game put out on the Saddle of You called Radical Dreamers. And it starred 3 characters. Kid, Surge, and Maggle. It was about them going after the main villain, Lynx. That bastard Lynx is going to get what he deserves. Say your prayers, not that it'll do any good. It seems to be an archive of a different time than our own. Aside from the 2 worlds we already know about, other worlds and times may also exist. No, they don't. Shush. There's no multiverse. There's only 3 timelines. Technically 4. Only 3. But yeah, what you just read is word for word from Radical Dreamers. From the lead up to the final boss. I imagine that was very confusing to a lot of people because Radical Dreamers was not released outside of Japan until about 3 years ago. Oh yeah. In Radical Dreamers, Kid is Shala and Maggle is mages. Lynx is nobody. He's like some local evil dude. Same with Surge. Surge is just some kid. I love how, like, getting hit with Gatling guns and missiles does 31 damage. But yes, unlike Guile, which the creators keep changing their mains on, Maggle was mages. That was the plot point. Or Yanis. Giannis, if you prefer. Okay, save states. Let's do this. Fingerprint for Project Kid. Please step inside the circle and hold up your hand. Analyzing. Please stand by. Analysis complete. Fingerprint, retina, and C-class DNA all clear. Data discrepancy due to aging within permissible range. 96% confirmation this is the last registered arbiter. Access granted. Welcome back, Chrono Trigger. So that's why. That's why Lynx needs Surge's form. Lynx must be inside already. Yes, along with the frozen flame. Arbiter confirmed. Access granted. There it is. Frozen flame. Is that the frozen flame? Exactly. Ready for the first big twist? The hearer of people's prayers, the provider of riches, fame, and power. The bestower of eternal life, the promiser of peace and happiness. This is the essence of what descended from the heavens in the prehistoric age. The living crimson stone, the frozen flame. Lynx? What took you so long? You had me worried. Worried you might have perished on the way here. Are you alright? It's no use. I put her soul to sleep. I had to remove any potential obstacle from us having this talk. Who are you? What are you after? You still don't know. I am the human incarnation of fate. So this is the first big plot twist. There is no Lynx. Not really. We'll talk more about the specifics of what that means later, but the point is, there's never been a Lynx. There's always just been fate. So, once again, why was Lynx wandering around being randomly evil rather than specifically trying to get access to the thing that it wanted the entire time? Anyways, I am the living interface of the Fate computer system, or put simply, I, too, am Fate. What? 14 years ago, on the night of a terrible storm, the cogs began to turn. That night, Wazuki and Miguel set out to sea carrying a sick young child in their boat. That child was you, Serge, after you'd been attacked by a panther demon. Your poisoned wounds were beyond the healing abilities of the doctors in Termina or even Goldove. They set sail to Marbul in order to see the sage there, not knowing how bad the storm would become. Being skilled sailors, they were able to survive the storm, but they were blown off course and came ashore on this island, where they decided to seek shelter. At the time, the research facility was offline due to the severity of the storm. An incredibly fortuitous event, which was deliberate. It only took 10 minutes for the system to power back up, but by then the flame had found you. Contact with the flame healed your young body, but that was not all. Once the security card system was rebooted, it would only grant access to you, the Arbiter. You can't imagine the trouble this caused the computer system in achieving its objective. Inside of Fate, there was a standalone circuit that had been kept hidden by the old Mother Brain generation. That circuit was designed to start a malfunction, or more precisely, a rebellion. Who would have thought that such a small bug, a traitor, could exist inside of Fate? That's Prometheus, by the way. Or, to be more accurate, Robo. Or Luca. The writers of the game insist that it's Prometheus. The Ultimania insist that it's Luca. These do not coincide. So, take your pick. That hidden circuit was based on the initial Astrium model circuit board, with extra logic added by another scientist. Fate itself did not realize the circuit was even present within the core of the system, or more correctly, the circuit was programmed so that the moment Fate did detect it, it would erase all record of its detection. Dr. Luca Ashtier, unbelievably intelligent and incredibly enthusiastic. You might even go so far as to call her a mad scientist. Of course, I don't believe it was Luca alone that devised this plan. I'm sure the fierce curator of the research facility, a man named Balthazar, had a hand in it too. Fate, bring out the traitor Prometheus. Ah, you finally released me. Welcome back. So you're the real Serge. I've waited a long time for you. I'm glad you made it in time. Serge, I beg you, please bring an end to the enmity between Fate and the dragons. Now I know what you're thinking. Huh? This is the original plot. The original plot... At some point, I'm just going to have to sit down and chat about this. The original plot has more to do with the conflict between the natural and the artificial, and that is exemplified between Fate and the Dragon God. So, a lot of the original narrative centered around that conflict. Makes sense. Most of the actual narrative has been around that conflict up to this point in time. Fate, eliminate him. Affirmative, now eliminating Prometheus. Serge, please, for the future of mankind. For the future. Idiot. Destruction to those who oppose the goddess of fate. Thanks. Why, you. Come, Serge. Sure. Show me what the purpose of your life on the planet is. Teach me what it means to be alive. Weird boss theme. I've noticed Mitsuda doesn't do boss themes very well. I will point this out in Xenogears as well. So, yeah, this is Fate. Or rather, the Avatar of Fate. Commencing countdown. See, the thing is, I'm actually kind of with you, Ross. Most of this stuff is reasonably well done. The problem is, we might not finish this game today. And everything that implies. What really should have happened, and again, by all accounts, the original plot did exactly this, is that we would have gone and fought Fate, because Fate was in the original plot. Again, the supercomputer, right? The avatar of humanity was going to be a giant computer technology. You get it, right? And then defeating Fate was going to release the Dragon God, and then the Dragon God was going to be the final boss. So it should have gone pretty much immediately from this, the final dungeon, Chronopolis, to Fate, to the final boss. Maybe another final dungeon after that. Instead, we've got a good minute. Then we've got a whole bunch of other stuff to happen. Okay, let's do Eagle Eye. Yeah, the humans are bad things make perfect sense when you consider the theme of the natural world versus the technological world. As I've already said, I'm sick of that theme, but that doesn't make it a bad theme, it just means I'm sick of it. Yeah, to be clear, this is supposed to be a massive, big final boss fight against, like, functionally the main villain. To explain that a little bit, FF10, right? Seymour isn't the final boss. He's not even the second to final boss. But he is still the main villain of 10, right? Same concept. Fate is the main villain of this game in any version of the plots. Pretty much, Mook, yeah. And yeah, Unalesca is not a bad example of what this did. You just killed Surge? Oh, heck. Okay. Alright. I can work with that. Oh, I see why. Whatever. Yeah, Fate has... So, first of all, every time you saw Lynx in the entire game, it was actually Fate. Let's just get that out of the way. Second of all, Fate has... Okay, so... Fate built up the archipelago. These are all artificial islands. Fate has been controlling everyone through the records of Fate for the last 10,000 years. And Fate has been doing everything in its power to hold back the natural power of the planet, right? What that means depends on which version of the story we're in, but you notice these elements are true across all three, right? This is the closest thing to a central actual narrative that retains no matter which version of the story you're looking at. It's a very Japanese kind of a plot, really, right? Very Princess Mononoke. There's the essence of the world, the avatar of the world, or the avatar of the planet, or avatar of the very concept of nature, the environment, right? Fate has been pushing back against that, diminishing that, pushing against the demi-humans in order to make sure that the demi-humans are always oppressed and can never rise up against the humans, and making sure that the dragons are always asleep or not influencing the world around them. Sure, let's see what this does. Enjoy that cosmetic thing. That was not a lot of damage. This thing has a bajillion health, too. Way more health than anything we fought so far. Which makes sense. This is supposed to be a big boss. In fact, just as an experiment, just while we're here. There actually is a song by Mitsuda, which is one of his only decent big boss songs he's ever done. It's this one right here. We don't defy fate. We defy fate. All caps. Different things. All we're doing right now is following the plan. That is not a joke, by the way. Correct, Walker. Or perhaps more accurately, the dragons are a part of the planet, whereas humans are not. I forget if Mother Brain has this fight. Or has this song, excuse me. I know it has a fight, it's a dumb statement. We'll use this. We need to heal. Yeah, this is the big boss song of Chrono Trigger. It also plays for the Black Tirana, for example. Yes, I saw him as Mion in the attack. So obviously grafted on. Yeah, Giga Guy is another one. Did I already cast Diminish? I don't even remember. Looks like I did. Maybe? Oh my god. Come on, lady. Oh yeah. Earlier someone asked who was talking in the Sea of Death, who was like, I love you so much I want to smash you to pieces. That was Fate. Think Mass Effect. Late of all. I don't remember if we've cast Diminish. We had to have cast Diminish, right? So I think all I don't have right now is Low Res. I mean, it does look a lot like an Asari. No. There we go. Like, it looks weirdly like an Asari. It's very strange. Yeah, I say that's fair. The Asari look like this is a better way to phrase that sentence. So I think I just died. Because I thought I had another turn of action, and I didn't. So that sucks. So I'm just gonna reset the fight. No. Lynx was the avatar of Fate in the original push-ups. Or rather, whoever was renamed Lynx later. Hang on. Let me heal. I also forgot to switch plates. That's on me. There we go. We're good. Yes, Ross. Round 2. I should have done Diminish first. Ah, whatever. Stop missing, Karsh. You... Oh, she cast Diminish. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so we're diminished. Excellent. Hang on. Enough of this good music. Let's get back to the game. This is such a weird boss music. Okay. Let's actually just attack with his last attack. Don't miss. Thank you. I mean, wait until you hear Xenogears' boss songs. There's some interesting ones over there. That will be up to you, J. Palmer. I have never been quiet about my dislike for Mitsuda's music personally, regardless of his quality as an actual composer professionally. Ow. Make sure to get some color on the board that isn't black. I'm also probably going to let top off Fargo. Yeah, like I said, Mitsuda's weakest point as a composer is definitely his boss music. Just to name a random example, think about the final boss music from Xenogears for a second. It's not bad, but it's very much a... Huh? This is the final boss song? Okay. Hell, my favorite song from Xenogears is actually just the Overworld song. Which is the kind of stuff he tends to excel at. What franchise that doesn't have a JRPG would like to see get a JRPG? Star Wars. Nah, think about it. I would also go with Warcraft. That's a good pick too. Maybe... Let's see, let's pick a third thing. We've already debuffed. Already buffed, we've already buffed. Yeah, we're good to go. Right? Right? Wouldn't a Star Wars JRPG work? I mean, we know Star Wars RPGs work. We have several of those. Of varying quality. See, Star Trek would fit perfectly, because we'd go to fight God and we'd defeat him with friendship. By which I mean talking him to death. Let's go ahead and buff Harsh before I die. Okay, not as bad this time. A Trek Metroidvania. I can actually see that working, unironically. You're on an alien planet. All you've got is your tricorder to start with. And you gotta work your way up from there. I think it'd fit. It wouldn't be as platformy. Unless you had a jetpack. And I think there's very few games that would not benefit from the inclusion of a jetpack. Dishonored? I mean, I could see it. Right, I hadn't picked a third one. Could you stop killing Fargo, please? Stop killing Fargo! So I said Warcraft, Star Wars. Right, Mook? Right? telling you, jetpacks. Honestly, Karsh is fine. Let's just heal ourselves. Did I just heal Fate? Oh my god, really, game? Enjoy the heal, Fate. God, this game's targeting system so much. To explain that, the way I got to that was I hit left twice, which usually picks the third party member, but in this case decided to pick Fate. Anyways, we just destroyed Fate. This should be a really big, like, right before the finale kind of a thing, right? Right? Guys? No, how could you? Aye, Fate, the goddess of fate, was not meant to die. Ugh. Hi, kid. What in blazes am I? Serge, what happened to me? That's it. Don't touch that, kid. Don't, for real. There's Harle. Non, Ret. Ne touches past. Do not touch it. I know. I know the feelings you have inside you. The urge to bring everything to nothing is now stronger than your desire to save everyone. You may want to throw yourselves down the cliff of destruction. That is your imperative. But please, kid, do not drag Serge and the others down into destruction with you. Shut up, Yeloni. I know what I'm doing. It's too late. There's no turning back now. No, Chocolate Rob. So, you were asking about the avatar of the Dragon God push-ups. Who do you think Harle is? Fate has fallen. Fate has died. Finally, the time has come. You love this part, by the way, Digital. Indeed, the long, endless night shall finally come to an end. Now, for mankind. I shall make you bleed. Feel 1,000,000 years of this planet's agony, pain, and suffering. So, surprise! The Dragon God has been manipulating fate this entire time. And us. So this was in the opening cinematic, if you were paying attention. I just... Terra Tower. It's coming back to life again. In the year 2400, during a counter-time experiment, the flame goes out of control, which causes the dimensions to rip apart, resulting in the time crash. Engulfed in an enormous dimensional vortex, Chronopolis was hurled 10,000 years back in time. Perhaps it was the awakening Lavos who pulled the frozen flame back to it, so that Lavos, who saw the possibility that some young adventurer might destroy it, could create a backup plan. That ain't all. At the same time, another city from a different dimension's future was also thrown back in time. Dinopolis, the future city of the Reptites, Azala's descendants who had evolved more closely with the planet. Just as Lavos, in an attempt to save itself, summoned Chronopolis from the distant future, our planet beckoned Dinopolis into the past as a measure against Chronopolis and humanity. It wasn't the dragon gods who sealed up the frozen flame. It was fate, which used the flame's power to divide and seal the dragons in slumber. And now that fate has been defeated, the dragons will join together again to start their revenge. Yeah, so like I said, you'll love this, Blade Deval. The dragons are all built entities. They're computers. They're just biological tech. See, they're more natural. They're more in touch with the world. So they're organotech, which is more natural and environmental, and therefore more good. Also, Chrono Cross made Lavos into a sentient entity that can think, and can in fact talk to people. Weird way to do this, but sure. Like, seriously. I know you're organotech, but surely there's a better way to combine than biting each other. Anyways, hey, Mr. Red, you were asking who the original final boss was, and that you saw them in the opening cinematic. There he is. The organic supercomputer. The Dragon God. I feared if it come to this. I didn't want to have to fight with you if it could have been avoided. I do, Serge. I do. Give me a frickin' break. You mean to tell me we were being used this whole time? Oh, yeah. You were being used by someone who's 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 being used by someone. And we're actually 2 steps away from the end of that chain. That's not a joke. Damn. What's done is done, though we may not like it. In any case, we need to make our way back into that floating tower. Yes, we cannot just twiddle our thumbs and do nothing. The only problem is we have to find a way up there, Rat. It's not like the Great Invincible can make it up there either. There has to be a way. And at least our objective is clear. I do not know how, but we must find a way. So, like, whatever happened to Kid after that? Doesn't look like she'll ever wake up. Indeed, Kid is totally dead. I mean, she's resting at Radius' place. Her spirit seems to be possessed by the past. A powerful item is needed to dispel it. No sense in staying here. Come on, mateys, let's shove off. Yeah. It would be more accurate to say that Harle is the avatar of the Dragon God. Just like Lynx was the avatar for Fate. Alright, let's go get some Hydra Venom. No! Notice Kid has still not rejoined the party, by the way. That is really funny to me in hindsight. Makes sense, though. I suppose I should review everything that just happened. Give me a minute. Well, because Harle, this is not a joke. Harle managed to develop a little bit of independent thought and will, at least in part because she really liked Surge. Power of love, power of friendship, whatever you want to call it, doesn't actually matter. I mean, it's a pretty common trope, right? Pinocchio managed to snip his strings. That's the only idea there. Although, actually, Harle didn't fully snip her strings. You notice when we went after the dragons was specifically when Harle actually stopped being in the party. Because, you know, she couldn't actually contest the dragons. It wasn't possible. Yeah, spoilers, by the way. Harle is gone now. She's no longer going to be part of our party. I shouldn't say gone. That has different connotations. We will not have her in the party in any meaningful format again. Let's put it that way. Dead is an interesting word. I would argue she is dead, but that is debatable. Kind of a brain death sort of thing. Yeah, she defied her programming and then... You were close, Mr. Ed. I didn't say anything. Obviously. Okay, sorry about all that. Mostly positive from Chronopolis, for what it's worth. Make of that what you will. Extant means it exists. It is an existing level with level design to it. Yeah, Chronopolis was one of the better parts of the game, for whatever that's worth. What's really funny It is a very clear collision of all three plots. And you'd think, based on what we've seen this whole far, that would make it the worst part of the game. But instead, someone somewhere sat down and bothered to make that part pop. Credit to them. I'm in the wrong dimension. I am in the wrong dimension. Oh yeah, there's the final dungeon, by the way. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. The last dungeon sucks by memory. At this point, my memories of the game are getting a lot more concrete. And, yeah. We're going to start running into that. The PS1 thing. It's just a hallmark of all of these PS1 JRPGs, where they so clearly ran out of time and money and budget, and just, it shows, right? That's true in FF7, 8, and 9. It's true in Xenogears. It's true in Legend of Gaia. It's true in Lunar. It's true here. Actually, yeah. Quite frankly, Pillars of Snow. This game is actually scoring way better than I thought it would. Which is funny, because most people think this is going to score the worst of these three games that we're covering for this block. Oh yeah, by the way, nothing there in the other world. Or I guess home world, whatever, you know what I mean. I do not have fond memories of Xenogears, but as I've said a dozen times, I didn't beat Xenogears, I put it down. So I never even reached the second disc. Village is filled with love and happiness. Actually, we're still working on it. We'll become the most love-filled village in the world. Do you want to know why? It's the first time ever we've come to an understanding with humans and we're working together to rebuild this place. That goes to show nothing's impossible. I'm so psyched. Several Pillars of Snow. No, FF8 and 9... I suppose that's fair push-ups. FF8 and 9 both had massive cuts to the endgame. It's just, they did a better job of hiding it than other games did. Welcome and congratulations, you're the 100th visitor. Here's a souvenir. Full Revival. A very useful spell that I'm going to equip right now. Actually, no, Chocolate Rob. The game has yet to explain where Lynx's body came from. I mean, I know the answer to that. Oh, wow, I can't actually equip that. Okay, you know what? I've got an idea. We'll put Full Revival here. Nope, nope, nope. Ah! And we'll go over here and put Revive here. There we go. Now everyone has a Revive. Yeah, FF8 had a lot of cut content. I was actually talking about that earlier. It's most obvious... No, Ross. It's most obvious in FF8 in the fact that there's an entire second overworld in the compressed time. And most people don't even notice it's there, because it's not really obvious that it exists at all. Let's see, what do you sell? A bunch of very good spells, which we don't want or need. Oh wait, no, these are traps. A bunch of very good traps, which we don't want or need. And yeah, FF9 also had a bit of, towards the end, where clearly there was supposed to be more and they just cut it for time. You go distressingly quickly from Terra to the final dungeon. Or not from Terra. Sorry, it's actually right before Terra to the final dungeon. Sorry. What am I doing here? Sorry, there's something specific I'm here for. Cave. This might be the most sprite work positives I give a 3D PS1 game ever. Like, for real. I had to adjust that to say 3D because I'm pretty sure X4 and Soten both would beat it in terms of sprite work. Here's your tea, honey. Thanks. You caught me in an embarrassing situation. Honey, is this a friend of yours? Yeah, I guess so. This is Serge. Nice to meet you. I'm Toma's wife. Blush. Oh man, it's embarrassing. Well, now you know, things happen. How do you have sex with her? Well, now you know, things happen. Oh yeah, hey, I used to use this, but I want you to have it now. The Quill and Papyrus frame. The only other frame I actually like. Oh yeah, then there's Necron. Listen, wouldn't you be embarrassed to find true love? Isn't that so embarrassing? Like, cooties, ugh. Alright, hang on. So we got that. Very important. Oh, whoops. Do we have money right now? Yes. Cool. I think I lied. I think FF9 looks better in this game. So that's 3 games that would have better sprite work on the PS1. I'll sell you my handcrafted Master Hammer for 10 grand. Done. This is the greediest PS1 RPG I've ever played. Alright, so here's the thing. I don't actually think we can make any of the rainbow gear. This would be the time for it, because we wanted stone gear for the bosses and battles we just fought. But now it'd be great to get rainbow gear. I don't think we can, and I'll explain why in just a second. Let's see if we're lucky. Right. Okay, hang on. Oh, the crafting for the rainbow gear is ridiculous. Okay. Hold on. Real quick, Fargo, I need you out of my party. Just super quick. Actually, yeah, we are currently at the closest thing to a freedom point. Although I suppose that's not quite fair. The freedom point is when you get the amulet back, which depends on which path you picked earlier in the game, and when you have a boat in both worlds. That's pretty much the freedom point. Where exactly that is actually varies based on your choices. But right now we're in the go do stuff before the final dungeon point, which isn't quite as catchy. End game. That's true. We got a yacht. In fact, we have 2 yachts. We have it made. Look, Ross. I'm just being honest. So, yeah, okay, blah, blah, blah. So, the rainbow axe. I knew I could count on myself. Let's get hammering. Oh, it's been awful, Mr. Red. This has been a great challenge in my review capacity. Like, my friends off camera have been doing a great job of keeping my morale up because this has been an incredibly depressing game to go through. Yeah, the response to the hammer says, we should be able to do this on our own next time. That's a brilliant job. Hope we can work with you again. Now we can make rainbow material. Yes. All of the elements are actually technology we equip that then allow us to access spells. Kind of like FF8, actually. In Breath of Fire 2, I could just cheat and nobody cared. That's right, it's the woke axe! One smack from that, and you'll actually start valuing your fellow human beings. If you can imagine such a thing. Okay, so... Actually, let's double check something really quick. No. That's what I thought. Okay, so... Rainbow Axe. Yep. You see all those things I don't have? I have 5 rainbow shells. There's only like 20 of those in the entire game. And I've been gathering rainbow shells as I go. The problem is those shinies. Now, there's only 2 sources of shiny material in the entire game. One is disassembling very specific items, of which there's a finite number. The other is by killing specific types of enemies with summons. And the killing blow has to be with the summon to give it a chance to drop the shiny. That's how you make the rainbow gear. As you can see, I can make a couple of shiny things here, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. See if we can make one piece of rainbow gear. Because that is a terrible system. That's worse than Kingdom Hearts 1's crafting, frankly. I think we already have a do. That's 3 things. We still need other stuff, which I'm not even sure what it is. Soot. We do need a soot. Doing that game. We need a sand. I'm hesitant to get rid of any of the plates. We need sand and salt. And we could get that if we got rid of our plates. Oh, we could get rid of... Okay, so we can get a salt from the Energizer. So we still need sand. Is it possible to get sand without losing plates? I rather doubt it, honestly. I'm glad to know you didn't die in a tornado. A sentence I probably should not have to say. Do we need green plate? Let's look at the cavalcade of bosses. There's 8 bosses coming up in a row. Let's see if we care about any of these. Yeah, we probably do, actually. Alright, no rainbow gear for us then. I'll just live with that. That's fine. That's fine. Ow. Anyways, negative to gameplay for the way that you craft rainbow gear. I don't mind earning it, but use a summons on a specific enemy to kill it with a summons. First of all, walk through it. Second of all, what? It has to be killing blow, and summons are not that good in this game. Speaking of which, while we're at it, negative for summons, because they suck. So, the way summons work, I haven't even talked about this yet. First of all, the entire field has to be the color of the summon, otherwise you cannot summon them. Second of all, they are fire and forget, just like anything else is. And third of all, they aren't very good. So... yeah, getting the entire field one color is already a pain. And to make my point clear, in order to access making rainbow gear, let's just talk this out. You have to recruit a guy, which nothing indicates that he's there to recruit. You then have to do an entire side quest in order to be able to access the hammer, in order to be able to go turn in the hammer to the guy, in order to be able to then actually begin that quest. Then you also have to have the rainbow shells, of which there are only a finite number of the entire game, almost all of which are permanently missable if you get past the point where you can get them, and they're usually rare esoteric items to begin with. Frankly, all of that should be more than sufficient to craft rainbow gear. But no. Then they add the shiny thing on top of it. Negative to gameplay. Moving on. What am I doing? I am in the right world. Go to a spot which nothing anywhere indicates you can go to. In the old days, many of my friends and fellow believers would come here to worship. It was quite lively, particularly during the festival seasons. I miss those days. Years ago, these falls were considered a holy place for the worshippers of the true divine dragon faith. Then hordes of humans began to migrate to these islands. We were pushed into the outlying regions. In the cultural takeover that ensued, the spiritual significance of places such as this was soon forgotten. We have lost touch with the natural world. Didn't seem to be anything worthy of noting here. Hey, Captain, let's head home. Right. Here's the altar at the back of the cave was made to house the dragon tier, but the strange thing is, there's only meant to be one dragon tier, yet the altar has 2 stands. How strange! Also weird, creepy faces. We're walking, we're walking. If this is an altar of the Divine Dragon, maybe Stina knows something about it. Do I seriously have to bring Stina for this? Okay. Couldn't have had her just like poke her head in for the cutscene game. Am I blind? Where is she? Oh, there she is. By the great dragon gods, the sacrarium of the divine dragon falls still exists and is functional. It's just as the legends of old said it would be. What a blessing. Utilizing its power, we may be able to create the Chrono Cross. Hey, Zektaft. I hope you're paying attention. This is technically optional, but not really. This is what we do to get the true ending right here. This is also arguably the main plot, the whole point of the entire plot of the entire game in the finalized version of the game. Making this artifact. We'll discuss why much later. Hopefully today. Yeah, title drop. In case you missed that, we needed a sacred artifact from... We needed 2 of a sacred artifact. And there's only 1 of those sacred artifacts per world, so we needed another dimension in order to then have another one of those artifacts, so we could combine them into the Chrono Cross. Nothing explains why that's a thing, by the way, before you even ask. There's so many plot holes here. Alright, so let's get rid of her. I guess we'll bring Fargo for this, whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah. That's why there's 2 stands. Yeah, we had to raid other timelines. It's possible they explained somewhere why 2 of the Dragon Tears can form the Chrono Cross, but I don't know if they ever actually explain it. To my knowledge, several things happen because. Why does this happen? Because. Well, why does this happen? Because. While we're here. Yeah, not that I'm ever going to do it. No! There we go. Okay. What happened to who? Oh, here's Kid. Huh? Hey, it's the princess. Let me see. Oh, I think you're right. Wonder what happened. Do you think we should help her? Nah, it's not our job. Yeah, I guess so. It's probably out of our league anyway. Yep. Hey, aren't we heartless? Ah, sis! But the princess is bound by the past. Even we can't bring her back here. Look closely. Do you see that? Hey, it's the time egg. Yes, although it's not in its complete form. Did the girl with the glasses make it? Probably. Even though it's in its incomplete form. If we focus our powers, maybe it'll work. Yeah, okay, new master. Me? Yep, you. We're going to lend you our powers for a little bit. We're sending you back to the past for... Enjoy this. This is one of only, I believe, 2 instances of time travel in this game. So does this look familiar? Because it should. Hang on real quick. Switch to the red plate here. Yeah, they specifically adjusted the camera angle just to make this look like more like Chrono Trigger. This kid and Mistress Luca are stuck in the back room. I'm sorry that I lack the power to help you. Fizzle, fizzle. I hear if you beat him up, you get some silver points. By the way, if you don't have both the sword and the Chrono Cross, you go through this dungeon alone. And, well, you'll see. Yeah, it's not the generic fight song. Isn't that weird? Really quick, let's get the kid's ultimate tech here. Thanks a lot, mister. I didn't make it out in time, so I had to hide in here. There's still more of them hiding in the rooms. You gotta help them, guys. Don't worry. It's gonna be okay. Thanks, guys. Here, take this. Thanks for the thing I don't need or want. Yes, password is L-A-R-A. I always thought that was cute, honestly. It's like Zaby. I already missed a kid. Wow. I think we're just going to mash A through these fights. We really don't need to buff for these. Oh, absolutely off the deep end. Like, I hate this game. It's still doing a lot better than I thought. But I guess that's the point, isn't it? Just because I dislike something doesn't make it bad. Hey, Giga. That's your name. I don't know if I've told you that. That's your name. Yeah, this probably will get the coffee tag. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. I mean, all three of these games would qualify for coffee tag if they're actually good. Just have to get a kid. There we go. Yes, I'm here to save you. I don't even know you. Put out the flames. You gotta try Luca's ice gun invention. She keeps in a wall in her room on the second floor. Okay. Gaga. Your new name is Gaga. Nothing indicates there's kids hiding here. That's actually irritating. I held my breath so long I nearly huffed it. Here, take this as a way of saying thanks. Kitchen, straight through the door. Then there's Granny Laro's room and Luca's room, but Sis will get angry if you go in there. Gaga. Gotta make it one of those new elite specs. No, Saber for Life. None of these games are Black Licorice. It's really rare that we run into a Black Licorice game on this show, especially since they're technically all vetoed at this point. Never again. Case of fire, use ice gun, not for children under 12 or the mechanically challenged. Sorry, Master, it's all I have. There goes Fargo. You'll have to tell me how it turned out, Giga. Excuse me, Giga. Oops, hang on, hang on. Yeah, atrocity, Wolverine. Realistically speaking, we will never cover an atrocity game on camera. There's no real value in an atrocity game. At all. And most of them are mobile. Probably off the deeper end. Again, mobage. Nothing that really sticks out. All mobage just kind of blurs after a while, right? We are on disc 2. That is an interesting question, Blaytol. I don't really know. Thank you. Here, take this. That floor panel can be removed. Luke and my friend Kid went in there but didn't come out. Oh, no. I'll save them. In just a minute. First, I have to save someone else. Because it's hot, Giga. Do you see the flame demons? Do you see the fire? There's no probably there off the deeper end. Well, it doesn't help that this plot point is just here to crudely connect this to the existing plot point, which was Kid having a desire for revenge against Lynx, which is the original plot here. Oh, mister, you sure are strong. When I grow up, I want to be strong like you. Oh yeah, here, take this. Thanks. Yeah, Trigger, without New Game Plus, while doing everything, is a short game. It is one of its best hallmarks. So many people underestimate that. So many people devalue that. Yeah, whatever. Sorry, Master. And there goes Karsh. So there's some pictures on the wall. There's Kid and Luca. There's Isla. There's Chrono. There's Luca again. There's one of Marl. There's one of Robo over there on the far left. Oh, I guess I can kind of see it's right there. Oh yeah, Robo made the desert green. There you go. Kid and Auntie Luca. Oops, I mean sis. Isla stronger. Chrono's cool. And dead. Call me sis. What? Princess Marl to the rescue. I'm gonna laugh if they ever make a version of Chrono Trigger with voice acting, and all of our pronunciations were always wrong. Yeah, we already talked to Robo. And he's dead. No, it's gonna be even worse. It's gonna be like Merle or something like that. Not Marley. Like Marley or Marley I could see, but it's gonna be like Merle. It's gonna be awful. Yeah, this is Luca. No, Lussa. This is Lussa. The other one I'm reasonably sure of is Chrono, because that's a word. Sorry, that's true. Luca. Chrono. So, some people have pointed out that the game never explicitly states Chrono, Marl, or Luca's fates. That makes sense because, as I've said 1,000 times, it wasn't even supposed to be part of the plot originally. So, they never really bothered to expand upon that because that wasn't the point. But let's be clear, they're all dead. It's burning. Our home is burning. Luca, all my friends, they're... Why? Why did this happen? To answer that, we have to talk about parallel realities. Are you going to go away? Are you going to leave me? You've left all on my own again, aren't I? Everybody I've ever loved has gone far, far away. Sorry. I can only time travel for so long. No, don't leave me. What'll happen to me? Your cheek, it's wet? Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Will I ever see you again? Yeah. Where did you go? No, come back. Don't leave me. Please, no. Don't leave me all alone. Serge, how you been? I'm right here. Thank goodness. It was the power of Serge's love. Ah, yes, kid. Luca's waiting. Lucia, excuse me, is waiting for you in her lab at Viper Manor. She wanted to give you something. Anyway, there's no rush. I suggest you rest here for the day. Okay. My wound. Link stabbed me. What are you talking about? Oh, wait a minute. Not again. I lose my memory sometimes. Whenever I'm in a dangerous situation where I might get hurt, I just seem to disappear and vanish. When I come to, I wake up somewhere safe without a single scratch. Thing is, I can't remember what happened. I don't get it. Anyway, it's happened to me plenty of times in the past, so it's nothing to worry about. Regular amnesia is normal. Yeah, orphanages and forgetting things. Probably a coincidence? Alright, here's my favorite part of the story. In order to progress, we need a spaceship. In order to get a spaceship, we need an alien in the party. We don't have an alien in the party. Okay, so, hold on. Actually, the other way around there, Mr. Red. Kid was the main character of the first plot. Surge is the main character of the second plot. The main character of the third plot is someone we haven't met yet. Although I suppose that's true. Balthazar would actually be the answer. But we haven't gotten there yet. Spoilers, we're not there yet. Alright, we'll get there, Mr. Red. Indirectly or directly, Walker. You be the judge. Yes, Lunarith. Or vice versa, since Guild Wars 2 came out after this. Hell, Guild Wars 1 came out after this. Alright. So, now we have to go do a side quest. I wouldn't think the overworld was too small or unchanging if this was about a 10-hour game. As I mentioned before. And as was the original intent of the game, so hey. Okay. 1 second. We need to be in another world, and need to go to the triangle. Where's the triangle? Where's the triangle? No, plenty of people like the game's plots. Although I'm curious which plot you like, Zealknight, for there are a bare minimum of 3, depending on how you define it. Here. Yeah, just walk around on the seafloor. Don't mind me. Now, I'll tell you what's been weirding me out the most about this playthrough is how many individual scenes have been done surprisingly well. Hello? Okay. Okay. Well, we're in the wrong dimension anyway, so... As always, I also like to hear why people like certain things, so if you don't mind sharing, Zeal Knight, I'd love to hear it. It's one of the reasons I wish Valerian would finally show up. We've been streaming this game all week, and Valerian hasn't poked his head in once. So there's the original plot, which we're mostly done with at this point. That was the plot where there were no elements from Radical Dreamers. Surge didn't even exist as a character yet. Lynx was just the bad guy who was actually an avatar of fate, who destroyed, kids' home, blah, 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 blah. You know, the more or less main plot of the game. Humans are bastards. There's this whole thing about trying to live in against nature and with nature, and there's the two species, the demi-humans and the humans. Blah, 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 right? Most of the plot is the first plot. Then Radical Dreamers was tacked on, at which point a few relatively minor things were adjusted. And then Chrono Trigger was tacked on, in which case a lot of things were changed. That's plots 1, 2, and 3. Still not going into details, because it's still spoilers, believe it or not. We are very far into the game, and they still haven't actually explained most of the points I just mentioned. Obviously, the description of the three plots is more from a real-life constructive perspective, aka behind the scenes, right? The makings of. But if you actually pay attention to the game, there's really two dominant plots, and the two don't really coincide very often. About an hour and a half from now, Walker. Take two. We have, Mr. Red. I was sort of making fun of the game. Because I was like, imagine if in Chrono Trigger you had to go through every step I just mentioned in order to be able to switch timelines. Oh my god, you're right, Giga. Go away. Thank you. Oh, come on! Just get dogpiled here. Okay, moving on. That's 3 enemies. I think it was actually 4 enemies just dogpiled me there. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't you run? So if you run from an enemy, it can't re-aggro you for a few seconds, but every other enemy can. So. Oh, come on. This is literal trash. I'm like 10 levels higher, 10 star levels higher than anything here. Come on, go get out of my way, please. I don't want to kill you. Are you all suicidal? Do you need help? Are you a random trash mob in a game? Are you tired of life? Do you want to die horribly? Please seek help. We're here. We can help you. So it sounds like you like the third plot, Zeal Knight. Interesting. I don't hear that very often. Most people I know like the first plot. Or technically the second. Okay, what am I doing? I need... Okay, we're in the right dimension. What is that? Party member we must recruit. I honestly forgot that Starky was a mandatory party member. Give me the star fragment! So, I think I can speak for my generation when I say, well, that happened! No, I saw both, Zeal Knight. The first sentence you said, the first paragraph, was talking about how it connects from CT and existentialism and survival of the fittest. The second one you said was that CC takes it and turns it nihilistic. I saw both. Thank you for sharing, by the way. Look, we need a boss fight, Yada. Hello? God, Marsh's hit chance is so pathetic. Did they change clipping again, Giga? Oh my god. Oh no, 15 damage. Yeah, I'm way over leveled for this, by the way. Which even makes this more irritating. This guy has way too much health. So, let's do some buffs, shall we? okay, I tend to rename clips anyways. Since those eventually go on YouTube, and YouTube would be even more YouTube-y than usual if I had a clip with the word suicide in it. In fact, I did have a clip with the F word in it, and only like 100 people watched that clip, which is a good sign that YouTube absolutely buried the hell out of that. Yeah, this is an alien. This is an alien. Whatever you're thinking of in your head when you think of an alien. That's this. Hi, alien. Hello. From space. By the way, there's an alien in FF8 as well. Coincidence? Just die. You're a waste of everything. Just die. Just die. There's a whole massive side quest to get the alien in FF8. I usually don't bother because it's extremely not worth it. Oh yeah, no, YouTube buries the hell out of me. It's actually been getting worse lately. Quite a few other major YouTubers, like much bigger YouTubers than me, have been getting buried by YouTube lately. It's pretty bad. Starky got caught. You win. Who are you? Starky come from faraway stars. But Starky's ship fall from sky. Star fragment is Starky's ship. The ship turned to fragments after crash. So that's why you were collecting fragments. We're lucky your ship might be intact in the other world. Really? Whoopee! Starky will join your party. Okay. Now that we've done that. I mean, it's entirely possible. Yeah, now we can get to the ship. It's entirely possible that YouTube is just trying to shut itself down. Which, yeah. They've been wanting to do that for years. So they could just be deprioritizing showing anybody anything that they actually want. Like, imagine that for a second. Imagine the algorithm looks at you and says, okay, you like Mega Man, video games, and Star Trek. And so then it deliberately goes out of its way to never show those type of videos to you. Because they're stupid, Zactaft. Yeah, ProZD recently had an episode flagged as for child content, which he appealed, and then was immediately denied the appeal, because the appeals aren't actually seen by human beings, but bots, and the bots are designed to auto-deny appeals. I need to switch dimensions. Second Wind, if you're familiar with them, have also been getting hit by this lately. And Giant Grant Games and Mandalore Gaming. In fact, I'm not sure if there's any YouTuber I follow who isn't getting hit by this. Chrono Crash. I like it. Starky's Revenge. First he was cute, now he will cut. That doesn't work well vocally, but it would look cool, like on a tagline. I mean, the only realistic way YouTube will ever have a competitor is if there's something a little bit more governmental to replace it. Something with subsidies or tax benefits or some kind of way to encourage people to make it without trying to have it be a for-profit organization, because there isn't a lot of, shall we say, immediate direct line profit in YouTube. Yeah, that's old hat, Seal Knight. That's not YouTube. That's everything. Everything does that. It's the any engagement is good engagement mentality. People are more likely to leave a comment or share something if it is something that pisses them off, rather than something that they like. If you see a really cute kitten, and if you see a kitten being eaten by a dog, you're more likely to be horrified by the dog one, comment on it, share it, and dislike it, all of which count as engagement. Yeah, speaking of which, thanks, Facebook, because they're the ones who started that whole sort of cycle. Yeah, blah 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 blah. What? What? We just died. Okay, cool. We got status affected to death. Wow, okay. I actually don't think I've ever seen that happen. Granted, I've never played this on an emulator before, so I've never fast-forwarded before, but wow. Okay, yeah, we got Mystic Quested. Anyways. So anyways, this boss is really weak and easy and dumb, except he's completely invincible to anything except for red attacks. So I hate this fight and everything about it, especially since you have to bring Starky for this. So that sucks. Yes, I will never use Starky again after this battle. I promise. I honestly forgot he was mandatory Seal Knight. That's the only answer for that. You know, this is the second boss in this game. I just realized. Where we have to get a whole bunch of red spells in order to fight the boss. I wish the add all thing had a thing to be like, add all red, or something like that, instead of making me do this manually. Minor complaint. Does he have a counter mechanic? I hope not. The only good news is this boss has relatively low HP. Which is good, because our damage output is going to just go down the gutter here. I would say the magic system is actually really cool. I think the specific implementation of the spells, their acquisition, and their usefulness in combat is not very good. Okay, save state so I don't have to do all that menuing again. Boss fight. Let's get some elements going. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the trap stuff, and I don't like the summon stuff, as I mentioned earlier. That's wrong. Let me say that more clearly. I don't enjoy the magic at all. However, I think the only things that are badly designed are the trap things and the summon things. Everything else is fine. Okay, we've got level 7 on everyone. Let's start casting. Or we could go to level 8. Let's do that. Let's do that. There we go. Tell me you're weak to fire. I could see that, Seal Knight, yeah. Maybe something kind of like Kingdom Heartsy, but except instead of, like, building up to a combo attack, you build up to a spell effect, right? I don't know, spitballing. That would be hysterical and awful, Savaka. The good news is, no. He's just taking a bunch of red damage. And now the whole field is red, which is unfortunate, because I've already blown all my big spells like an idiot. Ah! I was too greedy. I could have had a full red effect. Oh well. A full red field. Sorry, I should clarify what I meant by that. I mean, if I took the dog to the place where the ground is weird, I'll be able to dig up a party member. Also, as another guy, if I give him the fungus, he'll turn into a fun guy. That's his name, by the way. Fun guy. Because he's... I apologize, everyone. You could tell my jokes are bad. See, you can always measure the quality of a dad joke with a seismograph. Wow, Starky's ship in this world is not broken. Starky, I'm happy. Could that be the reason we have air down here? Affirmative. Starky ship creates special force field. Starky think in other worlds Starky ship is in pieces, parts are buried underground, but still working. Yeah, it opened. Opened. Yeah, everything is in order. Navigation system is operational. Starky's bed is nice and cozy, too. Can this take us to Terra Tower? This ship is only big enough to fly Starky. And what do? Leave it to me. The engine may be a bit rusty, but otherwise perfect. Oh yeah, that. Maybe we can use this? Starky may be able to scrounge up more stuff. Starky will come back later. Easy does it. What's this? It's an anti-gravity device. If you attach this to your boat, it'll fly there easily. All we need now is a facility to install it. I remember there was a dock in Chronopolis. Why do we have to go to Chronopolis to install this? I save your world. I help. Starky's so helpful. Let's see. Starky need this and that. Stop hovering, Starky. Got the walking sound effect. This should be the trick. Oi, all you have to do is load the thing on the boat, right? What are you talking about? We need to attach a stabilizer to keep the auto gyro from spinning out of control. I don't get it, but just hurry it up, okay? Time to get to work. Kid, do me a favor, don't be rude to the guy who's, like, saving the world here. And giving us an airship. See, all you did was load it on the boat. Negative. Negative. Poor Starky. Never expected our counter turn like this, did you, Surge? Why were we born? Why do we live? That's what we're going to find out with our own eyes. Are you? Like... Yeah, so this is the final dungeon. I remember this dungeon pretty well. I remember hating this dungeon. Big Organotech Tower. Don't worry, it's only got 7 bosses in it. Yeah, this is the elven version of the tower. This is the natural world's equivalent of Chronopolis. Which, as a reminder, was in every version of the plot. Because this was like the core original idea. Actually, it does, Savacom. So, okay, first and foremost, let's fix our party. There we go. Get out of my party. I could bring Kid, but fine. Yes, I don't know. Like, Fargo's already set up, though. But he's also terrible. Hang on a sec. Can I... Yeah, Starky, you stay on your ship to guard it. You've performed your service. You may go now. Never did get that shiny sand. Correct, machinery. Although there are some stat thingies. We'll see, Savacon. And that is the answer to that question. We'll see. Fine. Just in case she has any dialogue. I honestly don't remember. She had been out of my party for so long at this point that last time I just didn't bring her. Needs more menuing. At most, move. Now that's interesting. Do you mind clarifying that? Because we're already past 2. We haven't gotten to the big stuff yet. I'm gonna laugh if she can't be in the final battle, because, you know, duh. I don't think so, Seal. Ah! There we go. Alright. First and foremost, let's get a revive on the field. Then the relevant things. Strength. Weaken. Buff, debuff. That's an interesting perspective, Mook, and one that I admittedly don't actually agree with, even though I completely agree with you. Don't purify on her board. Let's give her some good heals here, like some really good heals. Are you familiar with Star Trek The Next Generation, Mook? Because that's the example I like to use here. I want you to imagine. I didn't recruit. No, I did recruit Orla. No, I didn't recruit Orla. Never mind. I did not recruit Orla. I did the step to recruit her, but I didn't bother to actually recruit her. I want you to imagine that there's a show or movie about Star Trek, okay? TNG. And in it, Picard swaggers onto the bridge, just pissed drunk, okay? And starts making out with Tasha right there on the bridge in front of everyone. And when someone tries to stop him because of the weird decorum, he cusses them out and punches them in the gut. Now, that may or may not be good. That's actually irrelevant to the point. That is so incredibly contradictory to how everything on that show works that it would deserve more than 2 external continuity negatives, if that makes sense. That's what the external continuity negative, and positive for that matter, means. How well it uses the pre-existing franchise. A Warhammer 40k game that does a good job of showcasing the Orcs and the Necrons or whatever, that's a positive, because it is using the pre-existing material in a good way. Sense make? I guess that'll do it for now. Grab some saves. Because, like I said, final dungeon. And of course I don't have the yellow plates! The only plate I don't have. Whatever. Oh, I forgot to do that as well. Hang on. I should probably do that too. This kid's gear is incredibly out of date. Prism Vest either. Jeez Louise. Or Prism Mail. Sigh. That would be funny, Moog. I'll go and give her the nice armor that I just made. Oh god, there it is. Although, actually, let's do that instead. Then give him the nice armor. Make sure she has a decent weapon. And oh, hang on. We already did that. All right, I think we're as good as we're going. So much more save points. Let's do this. So boss number 1. The ochre lands have dried up and withered. Is it your will to choose destruction? Yeah, we're humans. Hello. Duh. So it looks robotic, but again, it's organotech, so these are the organic robots. Okay, sure. Just cast 2 times in a row. That's cool. Well, let's get started. And break the field effect. We do not want an all yellow. We don't want an all anything field for any of these fights, I think. This is what I'm forgetting. Stop missing, Karsh! God dang it! Well, yeah, organic tech is more in tune with nature, obviously, and nature is good. There you go. Let's actually get this out of the way. The only yellow spell I plan to cast. Yep, because he's gonna yellow it up. Please don't miss a 97, thank you. Ah! Okay, and then let's get a green out. And, you know, keep buffing Surge. That is the strategy. Buff Surge. So we can do things like that. Okay, Karsh is turbo dead. Moving on. One down. Save, come back. Nice place. Very City of the Ancients from 7. Kind of got the coral look, which makes sense. This thing's been underwater for a while. Still works, of course. Speaking of which, thank you for reminding me, Mr. Red. Okay, we already have the red plate on. We're good. Yeah, I could see that, Blatable. I see a plate. I want to paint it red. It's the Terra Terror. Love it. Cats do that, Kennex Cow, I've noticed. They also like to get underfoot and desperately want to get stepped on, near as I can tell. I'm not sure why, it's kind of weird. Yeah, there's some actual coral reefs for you, just to really hammer the point in. Also, this is the last dungeon song. For those of you who care about such things. I don't remember if there's a last dungeon song for Xenogears. I'm not sure if there's a last dungeon for Xenogears, really. Not in the traditional sense. I suppose Solaris would actually qualify as the last dungeon, wouldn't it? Hmm. Slew, maybe, Mr. Ed? I don't know. Slidorkied. We'll workshop it. No, no. Wow, that was a hell of a jump. Surge. Surge. Yes, you finally made it this far, Surge. What was that? Are you human? When I was still human, I was locked up here. I've been here ever since. This tower is a fortress belonging to the ancient reptites, a symbol of revenge brought against mankind by the dragons. With the defeat of fate, the seal's been broken and this tower has surfaced. Yeah, I knew that part. In the eyes of the dragons, we humans are the foes. A brain that has developed abnormally to 3 times the original size in the span of 3 million years. We humans have evolved at an enormous rate because of our contact with Lavos' flame. In a sense, mankind is Lavos' offspring. That's the third time they've brought that up, and I just want to point to the line on the screen for anybody who thinks that I'm being facetious when I mentioned that, metaphorically, we are the children of the devil in this game. We humans are extraneous to this planet. Now, how will you fight Surge? Right. Anyways. Grab a save, because we should have a boss soon. So how you liking this final dungeon so far? Well, it's because we don't have any agency. As was pointed out multiple times, we're not really the main characters of this game. Oh god, it is very Northern Cave. And you know my opinion of that last dungeon. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. Well, it's funny you say that. I don't actually know what the original ending is, but I actually have a pretty good idea of what the original ending is. Like, just from what we know about the original script. Give you a hint. Not great. As in, it's like, not... I don't mean it is a bad ending. I mean it is a negative ending. Oh, God, I need different terminology. It's a downer ending. There we go, there we go. Words. And then we fight another of these things. There we go. I know, it's shocking, Playtall. You'd ever have a downer ending in Chrono Cross if you could actually believe such a thing. I will say this, one way in which this game is fundamental, this dungeon, I should say, is fundamentally superior to the Northern Cave. All of the super optional Omega stuff you get from here actually carries forward because of New Game Plus. This does not bode well for how long it's taking us just to reach the second boss. I honestly don't remember this being this slow. This is taking a minute. We're not even at boss 2 yet. I thought, we might smash through these bosses before the lunch break. Foolish, optimistic young me. It's true, Langdeville. It's true. You can get Omega Elixirs, you can max out your materia. All kinds of stuff. You can get one of the coolest spells in the game. The Mystery Box. No, Pandora's Box, that's it, Pandora's Box. Hard to get. You basically have 3 shots at getting it, and then it's gone. Alright, boss number 2. Whew! Many have bled, suffered, and perished. It is your turn to die. I mean, yes, Sabacom, he is. Alright, so. I mean, I don't even want to pull it technically here, but, like, the main character, pretty much by definition in most stories, is the one who has the most agency in actually adjusting how the narrative goes. That's him. Okay, so let's get our red out now. Actually... Let's do a diminish first. Let's just get that defense going. And he immediately uses a red spell. So yeah, that was probably the right call. Okay, now let's buff our only red spell we're going to cast. Not that I'm aware of, Chocolate Rob. I'm pretty sure they just kind of want to wipe out humanity. Ow. Like, that's their goal. That's the goal. Wipe out humanity. End statement. Work on the rest later. Could you not? Could you, for real, could you stop what you're doing, please? Thank you. Hang on, let me heal. Let me heal. Let me heal. Okay, you can do your action. Like I said, Surge is kind of carrying the party right now. It's okay, it's a good setup. It is, legitimate. I like games that let me do this kind of a setup. One character does all the damage. The other characters make that character do all the damage. Okay, 2 down. You know, there's just not a lot of saves in this dungeon either. Look, so I don't know what you want from me. Other than to suffer, obviously. What's that, Arspruce? Listen, Sobacom, I ain't being judgmental. I understand. It is a song. It's just it's a very Mitsuda song. Could this be Viper Manor? Yeah, so I knew this was coming. You remember how I kept joking about how we keep going back to Viper Manor? Viper Manor's even in the final dungeon. Because of course it is. Welcome. It's good to see you finally made it here. I've been expecting you, Surge. Where are we? Is this Viper Manor? This is a space that does not exist, but don't mind that. More importantly, I have something I must explain to you. Who are you? Oh, my name's Balthazar. Most of you probably called that, for those of you who aren't aware of it, but yeah. He's been here the whole time. In the ancient magical kingdom of Zeal, I was known as the Sage of Reason. That was up until the Queen of Zeal attempted to harness the power of Lavos. Let's just say things got out of control and Lavos created a dimensional vortex that threw me far into the future. There I seized the opportunity to study the science of the future. I was then able to apply that knowledge I brought from my own era, including magic, which was long lost in the future. Anyway, this led me to make huge progress in the research of time. Well, that research led to the creation of Chronopolis and the time crash. You might think I really blew it, but perhaps it was my finest hour. Anyway, I created a compact time machine I dubbed the Neo Epoch. I used it to warp to this age to learn of Chronopolis and Fate's plans and see how things were turning out. Terra Tower is really a city of the Reptites from another dimension's future. It was originally Dinopolis, the castle of Azula's descendants, who achieved an evolution much more intimate with our planet. Dinopolis was drawn into this dimension's past about 10,000 years ago. This was done so it would serve as a counterbalance to Chronopolis, which Lavos pulled here. Needless to say, a fierce battle ensued. In the end, Chronopolis emerged as the victor, and the Reptites' fortress was sealed away by fate. But more important now is the role of that the dragons play in all of this. Originally, the whole archipelago of Elnita was known as the Sea of Eden. That's because it was where the dragon gods resided. But then fate sealed away the dragon god's powers, in effect becoming a god itself. Thus the islands where the new godhead, Fate, existed became called the Sea of Eden instead. Perhaps you didn't realize it, but you were used by the dragon gods to eliminate Fate. It was not true the dragon gods sealed away the frozen flame. Rather, it's quite the opposite. Fate used the power of the flame to seal up the dragon gods. In reality, the dragon gods are in opposition to man, while Fate itself was actually the protector of humanity. The dragon gods were originally a singular plasma life form, a living accumulation of planet energy. Originally a biological machine used to control the powers of nature in the future society of the Reptites. You thought I was kidding when I mentioned the organotech thing, didn't you? In order to control the natural energy itself, Fate divided one entity into 6 weaker plasma life forms, and then scattered them across the land and sealed them away. Their dragon-like appearances are just pseudo-guises, temporary forms they take so they can appear in this dimension. But all that changed when Fate was vanquished and its power hold was eliminated. At that moment, the 7 dragons, who had been rendered almost powerless and forgotten, traveled across dimensions to reunite into a single entity. 7? I thought there were only 6. There were 6 you knew of, and 1 more dragon you didn't. Like the second moon that was once lost but later found. Although the same planet, my world didn't have 2 moons. Look up at the night sky now and you'll see 7 celestial bodies, 5 stars, 2 moons. 5 brother stars that correspond to the 5 colored dragons, ruling like gods over the night skies. 1 moon that corresponds to the white sky dragon, and another darker daughter moon to counterbalance them. The fire dragon, water dragon, green dragon, earth dragon, black dragon, sky dragon, and the dark moon dragon, the one who was to work free from the other dragons to free their bondage by the Fate computer. The child of the others created on the night of the electrical storm that temporarily caused Fate to loosen its hold on them. I believe you know her as Harle. Unbelievable. The dragon gods were the essence of nature on this planet. Perhaps we consider what's happening as planets of vengeance on us. To finally sweep away the unwanted humans from the face of the blue planet. First it was Fate, now it's the planet? Or vice versa, but either way you look at it, now's the time to set things right. The future of mankind, the destiny of the planet, everything depends on the next battle you will fight. But, unfortunately, the time has come for us to part. Hey, mister, is that the Chrono Cross you guys have there? The Chrono Cross, the melody and harmony. It has the power to cross space and time to unify people's thoughts and feelings. It has the power to transfer memories. By using it as an element, it has the power to draw on the sounds of the 6 colored elements to produce a healing harmony. This is all a hint for the final ending, by the way. It has the power to combine the sounds of the world into one melody. So that is your hint, by the way. That and a super optional boss of how you're supposed to beat the final boss. I'm just going to say it right now. That is walkthroughitis. I'm sure we'll meet again soon, in one time period or another. Be careful now. Good luck. Okay. Cool. The final boss of this game sucks. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. Me and a friend of mine actually sat down with a walkthrough, thanks to GameFAQs, years and years and years later to finally do that final boss. It sucked. I'm just going to say that. It sucked. Where's the switch? There it is. I mean, it's even worse than that, really, if you think about it, Savacom. It is not hyperbole to say that the entire game is just Balthazar playing absolutely everyone. One of the narrative variances of this game from Trigger. In Trigger, it was all about choices and what you do and how you do it. In Cross, it's all about you following Fate's plan. Except in this case, it was just the plans of Balthazar. Oh, he totally gets away with it. He gets everything he wanted out of this. Which is funny, because that's how Xenogears went, too. No spoilers. Where am I going? Is Balthazar evil? I don't think the intent was to make him evil. He was playing a very long game against something that doesn't even exist, technically. And he was playing to win. And there's your other, excuse me, I actually forgot about this room. So there's 3 hints of the final boss. Boss 3, speaking of which. Oh shoot, I forgot to change my gear. Whatever. Give back our trees, give back our green forests. Oops. Well, whatever. Same exact strategy as last time. Literally the exact same strategy, by the way. It's okay, the boss after that will have literally the same strategy. As will the boss after that. And the boss at... Look. Are you done making the field green? Cool. It is literally a boss rush. You could kind of feel how they were just running out of everything at this point in time. Like I said, that's just common in this era of gaming. That's just how it was. Alright, let's get some red on the field. I mean, it would take me probably at least another hour, Savacom, assuming I'm using a walkthrough. It would be very grindy. That's true, Breakfast Sampler. Black Omen, however, has more interesting visuals, actual level design, better bosses, and better music. However, you are correct. As always, I make the mistake of attacking the intent rather than the execution, so forgive me. This dungeon sucks. Not because it's a boss rush, but because it sucks. I actually don't know anybody personally who likes this dungeon. I'm sure there are such people, I just don't know of them. Let's go ahead and do low res just to get us off green. Hey, Johnny, Johnny. I think a few people have been playing Silk Song. I know, right, Sly? It's like, everything's dark and terrible. You beat the boss! Okay, back to dark and terrible. Everything is awful forever. No, we're past the dragons. We're in the tower now. I'm jotting down some thoughts, forgive me. Favorite character? Harle. Easy answer. It's not even a question. If you force me to pick a second one... I think Fargo. Sorry, forgive me. I'm jotting down some notes. I want to chop off the guessing game soon, and as a result, I need you guys to be able to actually see. This is the last dungeon. We're probably about 5 bosses from the end of the game. We're not going to finish before the lunch break. But I want to hit a point before lunch break, and for several reasons. Okay. As of this moment, I haven't finished typing up all my thoughts, but as of this moment, the HUD is up to date. If anybody wants to adjust their guesses. Okay. Who's next? We just fought green. White. Okay. Wait, I guess the HUD isn't up to date. Sorry. Hang on. I lied to you. Now the HUD's up to date. Forgive me. Surge up there. What about it? That must be the summit. Look, the 2 beams are coming from either side. I wonder if they act as some kind of sealing device. Their character in gameplay? I mean, Surge. Okay, that high-pitched whine. Is that going to go away? Oh, thank God. White. Wait. Oh. We'll go right first. That is hurting my ears. Yeah, most of the characters are functionally the same, except for their stat growths, which is why I put Surge so high on that list. My number 2 pick probably would be Glenn for gameplay. Not that we got to show that off this time around. I feel like there's several dual techs. Don't quote me on that, though. Actually, there is a reason for it, Sly. So, one of the things that happened with the development of this game... This is going to be a long answer to your question. If you want the short answer, I'll give you it really quick. Because they kept coming up with ideas for characters. Okay, there's the short answer. The long answer is, when they originally were sitting down to make the design documents for Cross, which had no connection to Radical Dreamers or Chrono Trigger, they were envisioning a much shorter game, something that was going to be about 10 hours-ish, right? And that was a deliberate choice. Please stop shooting me. Thank you. Thank you for not shooting me. Where's my... I guess that makes sense. Not too long after, as a result of just how the development cycles worked at Square, while they were working on... Oh, that's interesting. While they were working on Chrono Cross, other games started coming out. Xenogears came out, Final Fantasy VIII came out, and I think there's another one, I forget what it is right now. I think it might have been Parasite Eve, don't quote me on that. Anyways, as those games came out, most of those developers were then reshuffled and assigned to work on this game. As more and more people kept being assigned to this game, feature creep started really happening. And as feature creep was happening, more and more people said, oh, we need to have a such-and-such character. And so more and more and more characters kept getting added to the roster over time. It's a similar approach I've seen a lot of dev studios do, where they just kind of throw stuff at the wall. Like, pretty much everyone has the option of saying, all right, I want to add this. Oh, we should add this. Oh, how about this? And so forth and so on. To use another example, Super Mario Brothers, new Super Mario Brothers 2, excuse me, had the exact same concept, where people in the office were just encouraged to come over and say, hey, I've got an idea for a level, or I've got an idea for a gimmick. And, you know, it just ballooned. Sometimes it wakes. Arguably, Mario Wonder went through the same thing. Sometimes it didn't wake. Like I said, it's kind of variable, really. Yeah, I kind of get what they're going for here. We're fighting each of the elements as we work our way up to, you know, the supercomputer. The other supercomputer. The one that's intent on wiping out all of humanity. Also, fairly typical twist. The main villain of the entire game was actually our ally the entire time. Lynx, aka Fate. Because Lynx doesn't really exist at this point. Lynx never existed, really. Yes, it's diamond weapon. A little smaller than I remember, but, you know. Oh no, it's his most powerful white spell! Thanks for the heal. Alright, he used a MacGuffin, Playtable. All of these bosses heal. That was a huge freaking heal. Holy crap. What was that nonsense? Okay, I need 6, I think, so let's see if we can get up to 6. Okay. So I don't know... Wait. Does she not have a diminish? Oh my god, did I forget to... Someone remind me to give her a diminish after this. I'm stupid. Let's get rid of all that healing you did. There's actually plenty of stuff to steal from these bosses. I just kind of don't care at this point. Diminish lowers all non-white damage from the board, with a couple of exceptions. So all these attacks he's doing will be doing about half damage, or actually more accurately, neutral damage, because he magnified. Well, I was about to show you Blade Devolve, but then the boss died. Sorry. Sorry. I'll do it on the next boss, who's actually weak to it. And we are going to want it for the next boss. So, let's give her a diminish before I forget. Thank you for reminding me. Diminish, diminish, diminish. There it is. There we go. I mean, better in every way, Mr. Red, but that's not a high bar, is it? So this next boss, most of his attacks can proc death. There's no protection against that. So this might actually suck. Yeah, Balthazar predates his suddenly being behind everything. So pop a backup save here. Make sure to switch to the correct thing. Yeah, what Balthazar is doing is very logical. And is overall beneficial. I haven't explained what Balthazar is doing yet, nor do I plan to for a little bit. If I haven't said it already, I'm going to do like a very mini rumination at the beginning of the next VOD, whenever that is. That way it'll be nice and easy to link to, because I know that most people who wanted me to stream this game wanted that mini rumination. And that's what they want. They want me to explain all this crap. So that'll make it nice and easy to reference. Let's go ahead and get that in. Debate. I can't reach 6 here. Let's go ahead and put strength up now. Yeah, the problem is there's going to be a lot of padding before we get to that point. I'm already pretty much committed to just having a late lunch. Shrug. Hello, Coldroom. Let's see, so we've got to defeat this guy, then that guy, that guy. So the three, counting this guy, were 3 bosses. We can do this. We can do this. Yeah, that hurt, by the way. We need some really high element, because we need to get some spells out immediately. Good news is Karsh didn't miss anything, so we're going to get a diminish out now. It's going to help him. That's okay. Now, Kid, I'm going to want her to buff Surge. Yeah, I gave up on Operation Try to Help with the food. So, he seems to be fine. Yes, thank you for healing yourself. All these bosses heal themselves. Alright, so we've already strengthened. We've already finished, so we're just going to Eagle Eye. And all we have to do is do a debuff, which we will not do on Surge's turn. So, cut to Surge. Triple hit. Triple hit. Boss is dead. Next. If Kid had died to the RNG of death, that would have gone much less smoothly, so we actually got lucky there. Oh, there's a lot of asset reuse at this point, if you're paying attention. I do like the brickwork of the final dungeon for what it's worth. It looks like the natural version of Chronopolis, which is what it is. It looks like what a natural, organic people, organic tech people would make of their big ultra city of doom, where their supercomputer runs their entire society, which is what this is. They keep calling it the Dragon God. It's a computer. It's a big, doomy computer designed to run Reptite society. By the way, one of the things I find most amusing about all this, the planet, right? The planet's like, oh my gosh, I better pull from another dimension Dinopolis here, so that way I could survive against Chronopolis. Robbing that planet, that other dimension, of its Dinopolis. Thanks. Thanks for that. Okay, couple of backup saves here. Make sure we're good to go. We are not. Let's go ahead and heal up a little bit. And next one is blue. Naturally, the last one is blue. Japanese, water, we're walking. Now, try to be shocked, but our strategy here is going to be literally exactly identical to the strategy we just used twice in a row. Disrespecting the origins of life. Mother Sea suffers. You must pay the price. Oh, also, as the game made clear, the sea is the source of all life, blah, 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 so naturally blue is the last. Coolest looking point of no return. Kingdom Hearts 1 is a good one. Yeah, this is the third to last boss right here. Correct, Blade Chaval. And that is a major point of the game, unironically. No one really has free will, except for the one person who broke the entire system. Balthazar, the main character. Okay, so I'm not going to screw around. I'm not here to do damage. I'm here to generate element. Yeah, I noticed that, Debreezy, and I wonder if that's even on purpose. Like, it might have just been a thing they did on accident. Okay, so now we have a fully blue field. Perfect. That's great. Okay, so we're gonna get a little bit more, so we can get up to 6, so we can cast Diminish. Then, Karsh, don't miss. Doing good. Okay. Is it 3 or 4? I can't actually remember. It's 4. Ow. Stop. Oh my god! He just killed Surge from full health! Okay. Right. Okay. Oh, that's a waste of my time. Let's try. Okay. And of course we just missed a 94% chance. Which is just great. Could you have cast that on Surge? That would have been really great. Alright, whatever. Let's start buffing Surge. Because we just got interrupted in that cycle. It's okay, I can swing with it. Maybe. Find out. Gotta use the cure. Every frickin' one of these bosses has a frickin' cure. No, Mr. Ed. Most of the plot holes in this game are never answered. And that interview I keep referencing, Kato's overall answer to that is just, make up your own answer. So, Mr. Red, why can Balthazar defy fate? Okay, so let's get an eagle eye out. That would really piss me off, Blakesville, not gonna lie. Because he's the god of war. Okay, so let's get a little bit more. Well, this will heal Surge at least. Please cast that on Surge. Or everyone, I guess I'll accept that. Cool. Okay, so back to attacking. And then debuff. Goodbye. 2 bosses left. It's true. I didn't even think about that, Bruce. Oh, wow. Did it give us another hint? Is that the right order? What is the right order? Nope, that's not right. It's yellow. No, it's yellow, red. Yellow, red, green, blue, black, white. Anyway, sorry. But no, I'll tell you exactly why. The reason is they didn't think about it. That is the answer for most plot hole-y questions in this game. That is not hyperbole. That is from the author's mouth. Okay, so let's put him in the black plate. And let's give him green. And we'll give Kid blue. Oh, I didn't even get it, did I? Or did I? Oh, I did. Excellent. Yeah, there we go. I mean, that is the plot of the third plot, push-ups. Balthazar manipulating everything and everyone in order to make this all happen and make sure that none of it ever happened. Oh yeah, by the way, Luca lives in the final timeline, as well as Chrono and Marle, and Surge and Kid, and everybody. Not explained. Don't even ask. Okay, let's go fight what was intended to be the final boss. In 2 versions of this game, this was supposed to be the final boss. Very Secret of Mana-y kind of a final boss. For reasons I will discuss after the lunch break. For all intents and purposes, this is the last fight. The fight after this is a puzzle fight. By the way, if you're curious, what I would say, if I was writing it, is I wouldn't make it so that Balthazar's the only one who could fight Fate. Arg, help, stop it. Kill me. Okay. This is gross. Welcome. Welcome, humans. Those who know the torment and joy of creation know also the pleasure and pain of destruction. Therefore, all that pass through here must be prepared to share the burden that I carry. This is gross. What is going on with this? Anyways, what I would do is very, very simple. There's no actual fate. I mean, there's Fate, the computer, but there's no actual fate. The only reason Balthazar is immune to it is because he plays chess better than anyone else. That's it. That's my explanation. Dude had a ultra supercomputer and the assistance of Luca and Robo in order to plan out everything to immaculate detail and run off of predictions. There you go. There's the answer. I do like Blade Cheval's idea. So this is actually the first time we've seen this. This is the Frozen Flame. So this is the true Frozen Flame. Struth. Hold on, don't touch it. Yeah, we saw this in the opening cinematic. Is everyone okay? Bugger you. Us humans ain't gonna let you have your way any longer. Come on, show your bloody self. In order to survive, all living things in this world fight desperately and devour those they defeat. Must one kill another living thing in order to survive? Must one destroy another world in order to allow one's own world to continue? The wounded in turn wound and torment those weaker than they themselves are. There are only the killers and the killed, the sinners who are judged and the victims that do the judging. What meaning is there to such a world? Also, take this for what it's worth. This is the closest thing to the original plot that we're going to get in the final game. Spoilers, I'm just going to get this away right now. This isn't actually the dragon god speaking, the device speaking. This is actually something else speaking through it. However, this is as close to the original intent as we're going to see, because I'm pretty sure none of this dialogue was altered for this version of the script. Whether there's meaning to our lives or not, we still go on living, you know. You've got no right to deny that. I shall cleanse this blue planet of your filthy humans once and for all. I don't like this song. It's very Mitsuda. Now here's a fun thing. So you remember how I just said, spoiler, this isn't the Dragon God talking? Well, it gives it away if you look at it, because its target information says Time Devourer. Now, you probably don't understand that that's a spoiler, but why did they do that? Why did they give that away in the targeting info? That almost feels like a bug, honestly. Like someone listed this as the Time Devourer in the entry, and then forgot to change it back to Dragon God. Whatever. Anyways. Okay, so. Yeah, you can also just put question mark, question mark. There's plenty of things I could have done here. If you wanted to make it vague and uncertain who's talking here. But no. This is actually the final boss talking through this thing. Well, we've been at the point of no return for a minute. Not quite gonna chop off that guessing game. I'm gonna do that during the lunch break. So you have until the lunch break to get your guesses in. So, open with diminish. Yes, that's right. We're using literally the exact same strategy as every other boss in this entire dungeon. Alright, so... We're going to use low-level stuff. We're going to stop at 5. We're going to start buffing. Let's get strength on Surge. I actually don't know, Mr. Rip. I know Trigger is quite popular over there. I'm not sure about Cross. Whap! Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and buff again. Oh man, Xenoblade. Now that's a long game. Holy crap. Okay, so we have full accuracy, so we're going to start doing some hits. These look like big hits. This guy's 15,000 health. So we're going to be here a minute. That's actually one of the reasons I'm using this strategy, is because it's a very reliable strat to push down his health. He also likes to swap between elements, so he can switch between his elements, and he can do different types of attacks from each of them, and blah, 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 blah. It's actually not a bad fight, all things considered. I look forward to being very pissed at it. So, no guesses as to which element we are now. hell, the battlefield even changes based on the final boss's mechanisms. It's so obvious that it's blue. Exactly. It's so obvious that the actual last boss was tacked on at the end. Look at this. Hi, Ross. We are fighting the spoilers. Let's get up to... Is there anything we're stealing off of him? Actually, that's a really good heal spell. Let's go ahead and weaken him while we're here. Sure. Just for you, Blade-Javal. Just for you. That's a good question, Mr. Red. 900 damage. It's actually not great. I could do more with just attacking. Actually, I'm with you on that, push-ups. Every now and then, you just kind of get tired of the villain being like, "Oh, life is meaningless." And it's like, yeah, huh? Look, I don't know about you. I want to see the next playoff, so, like, y'all, you can take that and shove it. He does all kinds of different elemental attacks, so that's why I split up my plates at the beginning of the battle. It's more or less just trying to track which attacks he's most likely to use, and try to mitigate at least some of the damage he's doing. So we're going to go ahead and spend a round healing. I believe that's 4. Maybe? Yeah. Okay, whatever. So we're just going to finish that up. Let's see if we can get up to 4 with her. Uh... 5? There we go. Heal all, please. No. It still has not shown where Lynx's boss... We are at the second to last boss, and it hasn't explained where Lynx came from yet. That's funny. Like, they implied it extremely vaguely. That's it. Okay, big hit. Which literally hit for more than the earlier attack. Scene shift. I actually don't remember if they explained it, legitimately. This, like many other games of this era, got an Ultimania to try and help explain what the hell was going on. I'm not singling it out. A lot of games got that in this era. Xenogears got one, FF9 got one, FF8 got one. Uh-oh, I'm ready, Kitten Fan. I'm ready. Yeah, green! Alright, I'm gonna rebuff myself here. And preemptively get some of that red off the board. They've already kind of explained how it's related to Trigger, but the big explanation is literally after this fight. I think. Pretty sure. Don't quote me on that. Stop missing, Karsh. Thank you. Okay, so we've already got Diminish up. We already have the debuff up. That is true, Kitten Fan. It's almost like it was a story beat that was tacked on unnecessarily. Sorry, I'm debating. Let's just attack. Let's just get some damage in. We're gonna play it safe. There's no reason to try and trip now. Actually, yeah. I do think the game does something with its 2 dimensions, its alternate worlds thing. It's an interesting conceit. Whether it's time travel or dimensions or whatever, you have 2 different worlds which are similar to each other. You use one to the effect of the other. If you're paying attention, this is a semi-common thing in Japanese games. 2 separate Zeldas, no, excuse me, 3 separate Zeldas use this exact same concept. I would say of those that Link Between Worlds used it best, but point remaining. Let's see. Do we need to heal? We don't really need to heal. Let's just defend. Alright, Surge. Do your job. Please don't work. Thank you. Ugh, I was actually holding my breath there a second. A fully buffed Surge, losing him right now would really suck. Next. Either way, I agree with you, Kitten Fan. That's why I have listed them as both plot and thematic. Alright, which one's this one? Flat! How did you guess? Alright, I need to actually get rid of some of the green on the field, so we're gonna go and heal. The metal dimension. No. Sorry. Honestly, just defend. Surge, do your job. Yeah, that's why I did a heal earlier. Not because this is going to do damage. Okay, it did. But because that would have been a full green if I let it happen. Never let this boss get a full field. I mean, Chrono defeated Lavos. Enough said. I'm gonna pop a yellow. It should be safe to do so now. I don't even know if it's actually gonna help anything, but you know what, whatever. Next. Yep, Chrono and Marle together forever until they're killed by Dalton. Someone was asking which version of Chrono Trigger we'd review. I've been thinking about that. I'd almost have to review the SNES version. Because the DS and the PC versions both insist that Chrono Cross exists. And, end statement. Honestly. Sure, let's see what Flying Arrow does. Why not? Get a little bonus damage in. Come here, Mesmian. Honestly, yeah, Mr. Red. There is enough of... That did no damage. There's enough of a chance of the PC version being crash-happy or glitchy that I would never recommend that. I actually know 2 people, not personally, who played the PC version as their first version of playing Chrono Trigger, and it was so problematic that it very seriously negatively impacted their enjoyment of Chrono Trigger. I would never recommend the PS1 version. That is objectively, like mechanically, the worst version. The iOS version is based on the DS version and is fine. I would never play a game on a phone, but if that's your thing, that's your thing. And the DS version is basically impossible to get a hold of and connects to Cross. So that really just leaves the SNES version. Like, it's kind of a weird thing, because we got a port. In fact, we have 2 ports of Chrono Trigger. The DS version and then the PC version. And both of them are just... what? Both of them have asterisks. They're fine, but, like, it's hard for me to recommend that as your first version, you know? No, we should be good to heal. Let's go and do that. I know, Dream Whisperer. Okay, so, do your thing. Oh, I forgot to ask which element it is. No! How will I know which element we're on now? Purple! No! Yeah, this guy's a bit of a marathon boss, if it's not obvious. I don't know. I should track. How long have we been fighting this guy? I should have wrote down. Hang on. Where's the timer? Where's the timer? When did we start fighting him? Bash, 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 bash. There, right there. Okay, so we have currently been fighting this guy for 17 minutes. Oh my god! I wasn't joking. This is the marathon fight. Holy moly. I mean, this guy literally has 5 times the health of any other boss we've fought so far. And yeah, he's got a phase for each element. I don't know what to add to that. What buffs haven't we used lately? Let's make absolutely sure we're buffed. I don't really know how long these buffs last. I know some of them run out, and some of them don't. It sure would be nice to see my buff timers in the HUD somewhere. Oh, Dragon Quest IV. Okay, I love Dragon Quest games, but they almost never have good final bosses. Oof! We hit 4 digits with that. No, yeah, this is supposed to be the final boss. It makes sense. It makes sense that this is, like, the big final boss of Doom. I'm not complaining. Even the transitions are interesting because they inform the boss's stats and what kind of moves he's going to use. I'm with it. This is not a bad boss fight. Oh, are we back? Is this it? Final phase? I think this is final phase. Just for the hell of it, I'm going to pop a safety save state there, because I don't feel like screwing this over. Also, a little tick to the song, but as I've already mentioned, I don't think this is a good final boss song. It's okay, it's better than the next boss's final boss song. I'm telling you, it's one of Mitsuda's greatest weaknesses as a composer. The man can put out some really interesting and fascinating and good music, and his loops are so short. Honestly, let's just get a heal in. Just tap top off, make sure nothing goes wrong. Alright, Surge. Bring this home. And time, technically. 48. We are max level. Now I shall truly awaken again. This too is destiny. That thing, the Dragon God, is only a quasi-existence, a temporary form that the real Dragon God uses in order to appear within this dimension. The actual Dragon God was consumed long ago in the distant past, integrated by the entity known as Lavos, in a time on the other side of the dimensional darkness. The frozen flame is a splinter from the extraterrestrial being Lavos. The one who connects with the frozen flame, in effect, links with Lavos itself. As the mediator between Lavos and living things, that one will gain extraordinary powers by binding with the new seed of destruction, the devourer of time. One blazes a devourer of time. Now go to the place where time became divided, and weave the threads of time together again. Chrono Trigger. Dun-dun-dun. The devourer of time is a new life form, born out of the fusion of a life form from this planet, with Lavos, who nests in the far side of the dimensional void. In the far-off future, when the fusion becomes complete, it will awaken, and then the devourer of time will begin to consume all of the space-time continuum. Despair and hatred, to return all things to nothingness, that is what it desires. Here, take this with you. That time egg will enable you to travel beyond space-time. The world is in your hands. Go, release the life that is imprisoned. Hello, cat. Correct, Mr. Red. There's actually several plot points that haven't even been mentioned yet, I've noticed. Cripey, what bloody hell's is happening? This place is going to crumble to pieces. Run! For once, this makes a degree of sense. Without the supercomputer to maintain the place, it just falls apart. And this is why this gets this big, fancy CGI ending. Something to keep in mind when it comes to game development. CGI, pre-rendered stuff, is designed way early on in the process because it takes so much time. It takes forever to do this kind of stuff. So generally speaking, you could look at some of those kind of pre-rendered things as indicators of where the plot and story was early on in development. This is especially helpful given how many projects over the years change things like plot elements or story elements, like this game, relatively early into development. This was probably meant to be part of the ending. So that's Terra Tower's final true form. In the end, we're all the same. Everyone dreams of being greater, more powerful. We've come this far. All that remains is to defeat the Devourer of Time. Once we did wipe the Devourer of Time off the face of this planet, it's all over. Hopefully everything will go back to normal again. You're wrong. Things won't ever go back to the way they were. Destiny, fate is dead. From now on, us humans have to choose our own way in life. We also have to take responsibility for the choices we make. And something's got to be done about the way we go on hurting and killing one another. We got to settle our differences once and for all. Listen, what's really important is what we do now. The issue ain't whether we defeat the bastard or not. I'm afraid that depending on how we go about it, we could lose out on gaining something real precious. So the issue is the way we fight. So where on earth is the real Devourer of Time? My guess is the key to finding that lies at the beach. That's where this whole thing started. It's probably where the whole thing will end. So, backup save. No reason. Gotta mash A harder than ever before. Sorry, gonna check something really quick. Yeah, we're fine. Hello, cat. Hey. Hey. Did not work? Hold up. Oh, I guess I have to be in the other dimension. Sorry. Silly me. Okay, so there's the cast from Chrono Trigger. Sort of. I think I'll chop here. Don't worry, I'm going to take a short lunch. I have a lot of notes to go through. So when we get back, this.